Congratulations to University of Gadjah Mada and One Health Collaborating Center, University of Gadjah Mada, for the excellence winter course. There are 4 excellent things as my impression for the course. First, the course material chosen was great and related with the recent priority of health problem. For example, like the disease of tomorrow, One Health, Smart, and then antimicrobial resistance and future challenge of pandemic, etc. Second is the speakers were international and regional and national recognized, who were really expert in each topic.
We have a co-project now related with the One Health.
And how about anti-malarial drugs? Yeah, anti-malarial medicine can also be used to treat.
Okay, please check your chat box. I've sent the link to the post test.
Effective cause maybe extra agent or the wrong technique.
Hello guys, I'm Aini from Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Last month I took a part on Winter Course 2021 held by Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing. I got many new experiences there and now I have missed every moment inside it. Thanks a lot for all of you who make this course unforgettable for me.
Give some brief explanation about what kind of participant will join about the virtual field visit.
So you will watch 2 virtual videos from Kulon Progo and Gunung Kidul.
Salah satu wilayah dari 17 padukuhan di Kelurahan Purworejo. Apa aspirasi saking warga niki mungkin kalau tak timbahkan ke kelurahan.
Kulon Progo, we have suspect 1 cases in 2010 and 2 cases in 2012.
Mayoritas wilayahnya adalah bergunung-gunung sehingga di pedesaan yang sangat terpencil.
I am located in Girimulyo village.
Telah terjadi kepadaman atau penularan kepada manusia
terkait dengan pertanian dan ternak sangat besar sebelum itu.
Actually, it was very insightful presentation from both the residences.
Maybe if we try to handling the environment instead of
and then integrating the service course.
Hello, I'm Yijin Chang, the participant of UGM Virtual Winter Course 2021, and I would like to congratulate the anniversary of FK-KMK KM. And regarding the Virtual Winter Course, I gained a lot of insightful knowledges that is beneficial for my study, and I like the most is that I made a lot of friends, know great professors.
It was a great honor for me to participate in Winter Course 2021 because first, it is very fun, second, it is innovative, and it is also a great way to meet many other people from many faculties and from all around Indonesia and even all around the world. So I definitely won't hesitate to participate in another one.
This is the last day of this course. Yes, you will join on the last debate sessions.
Bushmeat is actually not entirely healthier
than positive ones. And the last, they say that consume wild meat in other areas is a tradition or a lifestyle.
And please remember, this is only the game. So it's not necessarily you argue means you agree with the idea.
Assalamualaikum and greetings. I would like to take this opportunity to thank
the organizer of the 2021 winter course from the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, Nursing, Dentistry of the University Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. It's been a great experience and exposure for me getting involved in such program to share and learn from many experts from different countries, from different sectors about the global health issues. And it definitely benefits not only the participants but also the speakers. Everything went well for me, be it dealing with the organizer and also delivering my brief talk on the day of the program. And I personally think that this program has proven that the pandemic shouldn't be an excuse to seek knowledge and develop ourselves continuously, and no boundaries in the virtual world. And I actually would like to recommend to our university to organize such multidisciplinary course for our students as well.
And group 11 will be in the government side.
M.Sc residue. Therefore, in short term,
as it eases the spread of infections such as probiotics.
The types of bacteria.
First of all, I would like to explain
Demonstration data from 70 plot years.
Antar is one of the negatives.
Youths are facing psychological anxiety.
It's time for Kahoot session of the following Korean drama. Okay, cakep still the number one. Let's announce the top 3 groups based on the debate performer.
My favorite number, Group 9. Under you have completed the winter course, and high appreciation to all resource persons, speakers, panelists, facilitators. Also thank you and appreciation to all partners.
Yep, thank you so much guys for coming and for joining with us with Virtual Winter Course 2021. We proud and we happy to have you here, and thank you so much. See you on the next course. Bye bye everyone.
So once more, congratulations, excellent, salute and bravo to University of Gadjah Mada and One Health Cooperating Center, University of Gadjah Mada. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for the warm welcome and hospitality. I hope to see you in real life.
Teman-teman yang di belakang kan bisa geser ke baris yang kedua. So I would like to invite all the participants. You can sit on the second row.
Okay, so our friends, as a part of the safety procedures, here we show you the safety briefing video from the auditorium of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. Saat ini Anda berada di auditorium Fakultas Kedokteran, Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. Berikut kami sampaikan safety briefing ruang auditorium FK-KMK UGM lantai 1. Ruangan ini dilengkapi dengan peralatan keselamatan berupa alat pemadam kebakaran. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat di dalam gedung ini, usahakan jangan panik dan ikutilah petunjuk evakuasi sebagai berikut. Ruangan ini dilengkapi 4 pintu. 2 pintu di bagian depan dan 2 pintu di bagian belakang. Namun pilihlah pintu terdekat dengan ruang terbuka sebagai jalur keluar. Kami sampaikan evakuasi yang tepat. Lepaskan sepatu hak tinggi Anda ketika keluar dari ruangan. Utamakan wanita hamil, lansia, dan penderita penyakit kronis. Jika terjadi kebakaran, keluarlah dengan posisi merangkak untuk mempermudah Anda bernafas. Apabila terjadi gempa, maka segeralah mencari jalan keluar terdekat dan lindungi kepala Anda. Assembly point atau titik temu adalah tempat kumpul untuk keperluan evakuasi pada saat keadaan darurat. Anda tinggal keluar dari pintu dan belok ke arah kiri. Titik kumpul ini berada di depan gedung Geraha Wiyata. Pastikan jumlah rekan kerja Anda sesudah terjadi keadaan darurat. Demikian safety briefing ruang auditorium FKKMK UGM lantai 1. Kami berharap Anda tetap tenang jika dalam keadaan darurat. Terima kasih dan selamat beraktivitas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, good morning everyone and welcome to Summer Course 2024. Okay, so nice to see you everyone. So I would like to also say good morning to our beloved participants who attend online during using Zoom, from our friend from China and other countries. Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to our Summer Course 2024 that's presented by Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing in collaboration with Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Animal Science, Faculty of Agricultural Technology, and Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Gadjah Mada. And this year, we took a theme about the nourishing futures, exploring the intersection of food security and health status. That the course will be held on June 19 until 28, 2024. And I would like to greet our distinguished guests. First thing first, I would like to say good morning to our Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Dr. Yodi Mahendrata, M.Sc, Ph.D, FRS.PH. And then we have our Vice Dean for Research, Community Service, Collaboration, and Alumni of Faculty of Pharmacy, Dr. Renat Apoteker Nanang Fahrudin, M.Sc. Thank you so much for coming. And then we have our representative from Faculty of Animal Science, Insinyur R. Ahmad Ramadhani Suryape, S.Pt, M.Sc, Ph.D, IPN, ASEAN Eng. And our representative from Faculty of Dentistry, Dr. Iffah Mardhiyah, M.Biomed. And our representative from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Head of Academic International Team, FK-KMK UGM, Professor Gunadi, invited guests, and also international and national speakers, and last but not least, our beloved participants. So hopefully you can enjoy this our summer course that will discuss about the nourishing features, exploring the intersection of food security and health status. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Niwayan Freya Maharatri Santika Putri as an undergraduate student from nursing study program that will perform Condong dance. Condong dance is a dance that developed in the kingdom of Bali. This dance is the opening of the Legong dance. The dance tends to depict many stories of a palace maid who is serving her king. Apart from that, this dance also tells the story of a meditation for the king's powers and the beauty that exists in the king's daughters. Let's give big applause for dance performance Condong dance. Once again, give a big applause for our friends Twistanisa and also Niwayan Freya Maharati that already present Condong dance. And ladies and gentlemen, our friends, next we will hear some several welcoming remarks from our collaborator faculties. But first thing first, I would like to invite Mr. Tony Arjuna S.Gz, M.Nut.Diet, EN, M.Pd, Ph.D. as Summer Course 2024 Chairman to give the report. Pak Tony, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to those joining us live here and also those joining us online. First of all, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health Nursing, Prof. Yodi, and the Deans of our collaborators for the first time this year. We have collaborators from Faculty of Agricultural Technology. Thank you very much, Prof. And Faculty of Animal Science, and Faculty of Agriculture as well, and our collaborators that has been joining us for quite a long history, collaborating in terms of summers and winter courses, Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Pharmacy. Thank you very much for joining us again for today's opportunity, and I would like to take this short period of time to thank all of our collaborators who has joined us to make sure that this course this year will be one of the memorable courses for all of our participants. In all of this effort, again, our committees, members, all of you, the participants from the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health Nursing, our International Association team, our IT team, and all of the Secretariat, through this process in the last probably couple of months since the beginning of the preparation of the course, we have been collaborating quite well, despite not meeting offline even for once, and we have managed to make sure that this course will be running smoothly in the next 10 days. And I would like to also thank all of our participants from both overseas and also national participants from different departments across different faculties in Indonesia. And it is really a great honor for us to welcome all of you here in Jogja. And we really hope that these opportunities to join this summer course this year will give you the opportunity to link together, collaborate together since very early beginning as the future scientists, future health professional, future researcher, future engineers, future food technologists. We want to make sure that you will see the issues of food security and health status differently. And you will see that the issues is very important for the survival of human being everywhere. And the food security issues has been one of the global threatening issues across the countries. And therefore, making sure that you, as the future of every nation, understood that in order to solve the issues, we need to collaborate together. There is no single discipline that would be able to solve the issues on their own, and therefore, understanding the views, different knowledge, different skills, different ways of solving the issues from different disciplines will give us the best opportunity to get the best outcome to achieve food security and improve health status for all human beings. Again, thank you very much for all of our participants, and let's give a big applause to all of the committees who's taken the effort so far to make this happening. Thank you very much all, and I hope you enjoy the summer course. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thanks so much, Pak Tony. And then we have Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Animal Science, Insinyur R. Ahmad Ramadhani Surya, Sp.T, M.Sc, Ph.D, IPM ASEAN Engineering, to give welcoming remarks to our participants.
Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and Technology, the representative from the collaborators faculty, Pharmacy and Dentistry. Good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to committees who have invited us, Faculty of Animal Science, to become one of the collaborators today summer course. I think this is the first time for us to collaborate across the border, because usually we only talk about the food, animal-based products and so on, and then currently we have to enlarge or expand our idea into the health status. And thank you very much. This is become the very interesting opportunity for us to learn more about the issue in other subject. And of course, we also welcome to all of the participants in this summer course. And I think we already set the schedule. There is a session in Faculty of Animal Science. Welcome to visit us there in the most remote area of Universitas Gadjah Mada in the eastern part of the university. And I think you will learn more about the animal-based product processing, such as meat, egg, milk productions, and so on. And we do hope that by this summer course we can enlarge our network, our research collaborations, and of course we can also promote the most important issue in the human life is food, and also the other issue that's really related to the health status in this nations or in this world. So thank you very much, and we do hope that we will have a fruitful summer course until the end of this program. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Eni Harmayani M.Sc as the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to address the audience.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, and also Vice Deans from our collaborators, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, faculties, members, and students. Good morning and welcome to the opening of our summer course on exploring intersection of food security and health. It is our pleasure to see so many enthusiastic faces here, ready to embark on this journey of learning and exploration. Today we gather to address on one of the most pressing issues of our time, food security and its critical connection to health. On behalf of Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, I would like to express our gratitude to Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Public Health and Nursing for inviting us to be collaborators in this summer course. In recent years, we have seen how interconnected our global systems are and how vulnerabilities in one area can ripples across others. Food security is not just about having enough food. It is about ensuring that all people have access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food to lead healthy and active lives. This course aims to develop into these issues, exploring the multifaceted challenges and innovative solutions in the realm of food security and health. I encourage you to take full advantage of the resources and opportunities available throughout this course. I believe that a lot of programs and also networks can be built So I encourage all the participants to engage with your peers and to challenge yourself to think critically about the food choices you make and also about how food security can be implemented to increase our health. In closing, I would like to thank all of you for being here and for your commitment to learning more about food and health. I'm confident that this course will be a rewarding and transformative experience for each of you. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And for the next speech, I would like to invite a representative from Faculty of Dentistry, Dr. Gizi, Iffah, Mardhiyah, M.Biomed, to address the audience.
Very good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Public Health, Pak Yodi, and the Deanery Pak Hamim, Prof Gunadi, Pak Doni, Bu Eni, and all the collaborators from the Deanery faculties. Thank you very much for the Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the collaborators, faculty who have worked very hard in preparing implementation of this summer course, especially Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Public Health. And it's like become our annual program because in every year we together hosting the summer class program. And then I would like to welcome all the distinguished speakers and participants in Yogyakarta. We do know that food security is an important thing to discuss for the welfare of our society. Hopefully, at the end of this course, we will gain additional knowledge and experience that can later be implemented in our society. Once again, on behalf of Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Gadjah Mada, we do feel gratitude, express our gratitude, and very good morning for everyone. Have a good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And then for the next speech, we have Dr. Renat Apoteker Nanang Fahrudin M.Sc as a Vice Dean for Research, Community Services, Collaboration, and Alumni of Faculty of Pharmacy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants, dear Dean from Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of other 6 faculty involved here, and also our colleague from Vice Dean, participant, and also committee. I stand here on behalf of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gadjah Mada. We welcome you to this exciting summer course program. We really happy that this year we conduct the summer course in collaboration from 6 different faculties. As usually, Faculty of Pharmacy, together with Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Medicine, we conduct this event annually, and I'm really happy that this year we expand our collaboration involving 6 different faculty. And our deep gratitude also for the committee from the Faculty of Medicine that conduct this event really good, and we hope that this event can bring new experience for you that come from different countries, and we hope that this event will be successful and we can tackle our global issue regarding the health and also issue in agriculture that just explained our college. So I believe that this event will be successful and give benefit for all of us. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
then last but not least, our beloved Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gajah Mada, Prof. Yodi Mahendra. Please, Prof, address the audience.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, sawadi, goedemorgen, trobriten, ni hao, salam smak, good morning. Honorable deans, vice deans, distinguished speakers, guests, colleagues, and dear students. Einstein once said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. So in line with this quote, our objective for this summer course is not only to expand your facts, your knowledge, but also for enhancing your ability to think critically and most importantly, to think collaboratively. Because we are addressing a complex global challenge. The global challenge which has been mentioned that we will address is the intersections of food security and health status. Two pillars of human well-being, which are connected and mutually reinforcing. The theme reminds us that our pursuit of ensuring sufficient, safe, accessible, nutritious food goes hand in hand with our mission to improve health outcome and promote overall well-being. Therefore, we've designed this course to increase your exposure to different perspectives, different methodologies, providing a platform for meaningful exchange between students and experts from diverse backgrounds. Thus, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our collaborating faculties, the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, the Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Agriculture, and Faculty of Animal Science for their invaluable support and collaborations. I'd like also to thank our esteemed speakers and facilitators for sharing your expertise and guiding our students on this journey of discovery and learning. And to our participants, I encourage you to make the most of this experience, to engage actively and to forge lasting connections with your peers, the people sitting beside you, behind you, in front of you, and also with your mentors. Now let me end with another famous quote. This one is from Henry Ford. He says that coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. So in that spirit, thank you for coming together in this summer course. Let's stay together and let's work together for building a healthier, more equitable world. Sheshe, Tesekur Ederum, Dekeji, Kopkunka, thank you well, thank you, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Yodi, please remain on the stage for the opening ceremonial sessions. And I would like to also invite on the collaborators from Faculty of Animal Science, Mr. Ahmad Ramadhani Surya, to join with Prof. Yodi, and then Prof. Eni Harmayani, representative from Faculty of Dentistry, Dr. Gigi Iffah Mardhiyah, and also representative from Faculty of Pharmacy, Mr. Nanang Fahrudin. And as the mark of the opening of summer course 2024, all the collaborators will press the buttons. And Prof. Yodi, I'm sorry, Prof. Please, in the middle of the buttons. Okay. Okay, let's count down together. Everyone from 3, 2, 1. And with this, the 2024 summer course officially opens, everyone. Once again, welcome to our beloved participants and enjoy the learning of the summer course 2024. So. Okay, so everyone, that was the little information about your lecture session that will be you join until Friday, June 21st. So hopefully you can enjoy the learning sessions and all the complete information you can access in your program book. For the next session, we would like to invite all the invited guests and also participants to take a photo together in front of the cafeteria building, and the committee will address you to go there. And once again, I would like to invite all the invited speakers and participants to take a photo together in front of our Center of Administration Office, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing. So, teman-teman, kita akan foto bareng dulu di depan KPTU. Ya, mumpung KPTU-nya sudah jadi ya. And also for our beloved participant who join online, we will start for the session around 10 a.m. Indonesian time. I'm sorry, for the participant who join online, we will start for the keynote speech sessions around 9:30 Indonesian time. So if you want to grab some coffee or some snack, just grab it.
chick, 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 chick. Chick, chick, chick. Chick, chick, chick. Chick, 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 chick. Chick, chick, chick. Chick, chick, chick. Chick, chick. Chick sa, chick lư, chick. Chick, chick, chick.
Mas, keynote speech 9.30 ya? Jarek tolong PPT-nya udah tuh? Hah, udah ada. Kita on time jam 9.30. Okay, so for the online participant, we will start for the first sessions, which is keynote speech session at 9:30 Indonesian time, which mean around 8 minutes left. If you want to grab some coffee or some snack, just grab it, and we will start at 9:30 Indonesian time.
那算security 啊，我全部都是 you。你看是不是整洁多呀？
Di output kayak jobo dong. Bikinin yang di bawah. Boleh kan? Mang krungu tekan jopo. Tekan jopo krungu. Oh iya bener.
Okay, so everyone, welcome back to the auditorium of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and our dear friends who join online. Welcome back to the summer course 2024. In a few moments, we will start for the lecture session. The first session, they will be discussed about the national government's roles in SDGs achievement in the food security and health status sectors, and this session will be led by Head of Academic International Student Team, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Dr. Gunadi, Ph.D, Spesialis Bedahana, Subspesialis Digestif Anak Konsultan. For the next around 30 minutes, time is yours, Prof. Gun.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mas Yopi. This morning, we will have the first keynote speaker from Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agency, in bahasa Bappenas. Mr. Pungkas Bahyuri Ali, S.T.P. M.Sc, Ph.D. He will talk about the national government role in S.Gz achievement in food security and health status sector. As you might already know that S.Gz now becoming very important, including in the world rank universities. Another one of aspect will be examined is S.Gz. So we will learn about the S.Gz, particularly in food security and health status sector, from the expert from Bappenas. And then I think we do hope that you will have potential fruitful question that you may ask at the end of the keynote. Please, Pak Pungkas Bahyuri.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here and share my knowledge actually in government's approach on the food security and health and nutrition as part of the National Development Plan. Just a little bit about me. Okay, sorry. Mantapnya ke kanan situ ya. Yes, I have an experience for planning in health and nutrition for almost 30 years in National Development Planning Agency, and recently I was appointed as the head of S.Gz National Secretariat in Bappenas. So I draw my experience to these lectures, especially on how the connections of food, health, and nutrition, which is quite complex, but at the same time it is very interesting. First part of my lectures talking about the challenge that we are facing on the global mega trends, as well as the food, health, and nutrition trends in Indonesia. So as we know, we are now facing a very complex circumstances globally, nationally, and locally, and there are quite challenges that we need to resolve in order to make a good planning. So I'm from the National Development Planning. Our main product is annual, medium-term, and long-term planning, covering the whole sectors, including including food and nutrition. So I just would like to raise one very important issue, which is on the left corners on the top. What we call it global demography. And I think it's happened everywhere that populations are aging, especially in the northern hemispheres. If you're talking about Europe, America, and East Asia, the population is aging. In Japan right now, one-fourth of the population is 60 years and above. And in Indonesia, we are facing the almost similar trends. More than 10% now of the populations are already above 60 years of age. That is considered as population aging. What the population's aging impacts to food and nutrition? Obviously, first of all, is the consumption behavior. The cohort of me, my parents, my grandparents are quite different with you, and probably your future children will be different, and that's also defines the demand and the supply for food, and in the end it will very related to the health status. I will mention later on how the food consumptions and behaviors are closely linked to the health status of Indonesia. So other things that is very interesting with today's lecture is on the natural resources competitions and climate change. So in the same time, when we are facing lack of food in most of the countries, especially in the poor and developing countries, in the same time we need to comply with the developments that taking care of the environments, meaning that the way we plant, the way we cultivate the lands, the way we do agriculture need to be changed, because there are a lot of carbon footprints resulted for traditional agricultures. Now, in the same time, we have to provide the amount of food that is enough to feed the whole populations, but in the same time, we have to take a responsibility on how we do it, so the climate won't have a problem with us. I mean, at least we mitigate the impact of climate change. Okay, so this is the global trends that also happens in Indonesia and almost everywhere, even for developed and developing country. And this is quite threatening actually. If you look at the cause of death between 90 to 2021, which is about 30 years, you can see the shift of the disease patterns and the cause of death from communicable disease to non-communicable diseases. This is national, global trends, and on the left side is the other way around. So the left side is on the cause of death, and you see this is very recent data, because you see number 2 now is COVID. In 2021, globally COVID resulted in many deaths. But if you look at here, most of the risk factors are related to nutrition intake and behavior. And this is the same with Indonesia. Most of that are caused by communicable diseases. Number 1 is stroke, second is diabetes, ischemic heart disease, diabetes, and etc. But if you look at the risk factors, mostly are related to our consumptions and our behavior. High fasting, plasma glucose, kidney dysfunction, high sodium, high body mass index, low fruit, second-hand smoke, low fiber. Those are related to our behavior. So basically, the pattern of disease mostly caused by our behavior and related to the food, the intake that we have. So it's not really more about the environments, on virus and other diseases, but mostly on our behavior and related to food. These one examples that we have, and I think we can reflect to other countries as well, that the food consumption patterns among children in Indonesia also, is quite concerning. For example, almost 50% the diversity of food consumed by the children is not as expected. And fruit and vegetable consumption is also quite low in Indonesia. Even in Indonesia, where there is a song in Indonesia that if you throw anything to the ground, they will grow up fruit and vegetable. But even in these situations, our consumptions for food and vegetable is quite low. In other hand, proportions of sugar, salt, fat, and for consumptions is also rising and quite high. So this is all related to behaviors and food consumption, and as a result, you see the triple burden malnutrition exists. Malnutrition always happen for quite some times, and we are still struggling on doing it. Undernutrition, undernutrition, stunting, wasting, anemia. But at the same time, we have a problem on obesity is quite rising, and plasma glucose is also rising. So we have two problems that happens in the same nation, the same countries, the same family, even the same individual. The same individual you can suffer for overnutrition, and at the same time you can suffer you suffer for undernutrition. Now, so what are the challenges in terms of actions? Once we know the maps, once we know the problems, the impact, and the problem that causing that impact, which is mostly on related to behavior and foods. So what are the challenges for doing planning and developments to mitigate that result? So first of all is the availability of food, what we call it here as food security. This is issued by Ministry of, used to be Ministry of Agriculture. You know, the Food and Security Atlas showing us that the conditions, the availability of food is not the same across Indonesia. So you see in this eastern part, especially in Papua, you see the red color here, meaning that it's very vulnerable. So vulnerable, it measures with several indicators, but basically it tells us that the availability and the status of nutrition in that area is quite worse compared to others. So this is comparing one region and others. Even though actually nationally we are getting better for food and security index, we are getting better, but if you look at the variations between the countries, it is quite diverse. The inequity is there. So that's the first challenge. I mean, the first challenge should be how to address these problems by looking at the conditionality at that area. So there is no one size fits all anymore. So we have to customize our policy based on the current conditions and the locations and the target on that location as well. And then second, nutritious diet is actually very expensive here in Indonesia. If you're talking about consumptions of adequate calorie, it's only 1% of Indonesia populations cannot afford that calorie intakes. But if you move the standard a little bit higher, in this case on the yellow there, the orange, nutrition's adequate, meaning not only a calorie, but other nutrition such as fat, protein, minerals, vitamins, then you see the sudden increase that 12% of populations cannot afford it. But what if we consider the guideline from WHO, meaning that your intake for the calorie is adequate, but also quite varies. So variety of food is one of the considerations. Then you will see that half of the populations cannot afford it. So if you just eat the calorie, it's quite cheap. But if you eat the right food, the right combination of food with adequate calorie, then you have a problem. So there are some leveling of problem as well, and we have to be careful when we doing some policy. Make sure that this level of problem also be addressed. It's not as easy as the bottom line by measuring the calorie. So we have more complex measurement now to look at the intake of nutrition in Indonesia. Now, what is the relationship between food, health, and agriculture? So this is one of the examples that we use for stunting reduction program. I used to be like the coordinator for national stunting reduction program for quite some time, about 7 years, and we use these frameworks to address the whole cause, immediate and underlying causes of stunting. We base on the logical frameworks. And you can see here, actually the problem of stunting or malnutrition is quite easy. Only two immediate causes, which is inadequate diets and because of sickness. There's only two. But if you look at the causes again, why those children are not consuming adequate food, adequate nutrition, then you see suddenly that the availability of food, the behavior, the caregiver of the mothers, and then the practices, and then the availability of water and sanitations come into the pictures, then make things complicated, because you cannot just attack the stunting reduction program by providing food. You can provide food, that's only emergency. You can do it like probably 1 year, 2 years. But the whole problem is not that. The whole problem is all the things that under that. And you see that here the resources, agricultures, financials, etc., norms, behavior are quite there. So this is very complicated, and I think the challenge for us is how to choose the priorities of each boxes. So we can, if we have money, there's no problem. We can attack at the whole sectors. But once we have a limited resources, then we have to choose. That's where the planning comes into the scenes. How can we choose the priorities among the priorities in order to attack the stunting based on logical frameworks, and that's sure that we gonna reduce the stunting problem in Indonesia. Now, in terms of food production itself, usually when we thinking about food, we're thinking about the productions, but actually production is only one out of many chains in the food supply system. Food is produced in the farms, and then you have some harvesting process with technology, and then you keep it in the warehouse, send it to the supermarket, and then bought by the customers. Your mom or you cook it, and then you eat it. So along the way, there's a lot of potential problems, especially what we call here, and very popular one, what we call it food loss and food waste. Food loss basically is the food that is lost during the preparations, before the processings, and food waste basically is what ready to eat. Both food is ready to eat, but you don't eat it and end up in the garbage. So food loss and food waste is a major problem in Indonesia, and it's everywhere. In some country, it is even more than 25% of the waste. So you can imagine when you go home there and then you have a plate full of rice, chicken, salad, and then by the end of when you eat things, half of it you don't eat it. So that's kind of 50% of your portions. If we collect together for the whole population, is quite high. Even our calculation shows that if we can save this food loss and food waste, we don't have to increase our productions. It should be enough. The productions and distribute to all the peoples equally, as long as food loss and food waste can be avoided, then you don't need to increase the production side. So this shows how big the problem is, the change during the productions up to the table. So usually we call it from farm to fork. And now this is the last part of my presentations, and this is when SDGs taking part of the solutions. All right, so this is the framework that we had in our long-term plan, and what we call it Health for All by 2045. So what does it mean is that ideally, health should be benefit everyone, so all the populations, that number one. And the second, cover the whole lifespan and the whole services that you need. Not only NCD, but communicable disease, also food, safety, and etc. All other sectors. And the last one is that it has been to be done by all sectors. So it's impossible if you rely on health status improvements looking at the Ministry of Health, because they are working in the end of the change, right? if you're talking about agriculture, that's under the Ministry of Agriculture. You're talking food loss, right? What about behavior, caring practice of the mothers, right? That's the role of education, because usually the caring practice goes along with education of the mothers. And then the capability or affordability, that related to the poverty, right? So, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's so many things that if we want to attack the problems, and that's what we call health for all, actually health in all policy. You learn on the framework, the global framework, that we call it health in all policy. So that's our aspirations by 2045. So what we did is that we formulate the health policy not only under the heading of health sectors. So we are working with the agricultures, we are working with the public works. For the agriculture, for example, we ensure that they provide good and safe food. Right? For public works, why public works is very important? Because public works provide water, sanitations, road, transportations, connectivity, open space. That's also very related to health. As I mentioned earlier, that most of the death in Indonesia are caused by NCD, and NCD is caused by behavior. So even though you eat well, right, but you don't exercise, you will have the problem. So that's why we put the policy for health not in one sector. So we spread all sectors. That's what we call health in all. That's ideal. That's very ideal. I think everywhere in the world that's also very difficult. I don't know how that's implementation in Indonesia, but hopefully by introducing that to other sectors, it will raise awareness that health is not the only business of Ministry of Health. Okay. So in the long term, these are the indicators that represents health and human capability. So we use human capital index as a proxy how good health, and then actually it's not here, but yeah, it's here. Expectancy, 80 years of age. So life expectancy at birth, we hope we can reach 80 years of age. Now it's currently about 73, 74. That's also summarized measurements of all health indicators, and that's not easy. Human capital index actually represents the capability of the children to maximize their potential. In two of indicators are related to health and nutrition, which is survival from age 15 to elderly, and under 5 mortality rates, and stunting prevalence. So if we can tackle the stunting and health at the early child life, then it will be good in the end when they grow up to reach their potential. So human capital index need to reach up to 0.73. So that means that our condition now is 0.5, meaning that the children that is born now will only reach 53% of their potentials because of their capability, their nutrition, their health, their education is not well. So what we intend to do is to increase that by 73%, and also prevalent stuntings under 5% by 2045. So how this translated into medium term? The one I talked to you before is long-term plan. And then we need to translate into medium-term plan, which is 5-year plan. The long-term plan is 20 years, now is 5 years. So this is the very practical. And this is actually the one that in daily basis was referenced by ministries. Our task is to create a plan, and then it's translated into strategic planning by each ministries, including Ministry of Health in this case, and ministries that related to food and nutrition as well. So there are 5 strategies that is very important to reach those targets: long and healthy life, reduction of stunting, and human capital index. First is maternal, child, and family planning and reproductive health. You know, we have been working for so long, but this is still the same problem. For the maternal health, we are still, one of the highest in Asia, in the world. And then second, on malnutrition management, meaning how can we deal with malnutrition, and there are a lot of targets. That's including stuntings, and then campaigns, parenting, and etc. Disease control and preventions, and there are two parts of it, which is also quite important. First is the NCD, non-communicable diseases, but at the same time, we still struggles to eradicate, to eliminate a lot of communicable diseases. Now, I think in the world and Indonesia, TB, tuberculosis, is still prevalent everywhere. Even Indonesia, we are number 2 in the world, the highest incidence of TB. So we still have a problem of NCD and CD. So our problem is more complex compared to developed country, because we have communicable disease and non-communicable diseases, and primary services such as water and sanitations, but at the same time we are facing climate change. Right? In some developed country, they only have an NCD. Communicable disease is mostly taking care well, but we are talking about NCD and climate change. So our problem is more complex. Healthy lifestyle is very important. Healthy lifestyle, and I think I hope that when you wear this T-shirt, it shows us that we are active in our daily life, which is very important for our long and productive life. And then the last one is on strengthen health system, food and drug control. Food system is very important, because that's the main input for our health in the nations. Okay. This is very complicated, so I would like to skip. And again, this is the questions of our medium-term plan is how we actually put it into actions. And this is very clear. If you look at the heading here, there are 4 topics: availability, affordability, utilization, and governance. Availability means that you have a plenty food available nationally. It has to be affordable, because it's no use if the food is there but the populations cannot afford it, as I mentioned earlier with that affordability, the cost of diet earlier. So affordability is quite important, especially for the poor. And then the third one is the utilizations, meaning how good the practice, whether the food that's available are consumed wisely according to the guideline, for example. And the last one is governance. Governance means how these things are working together, because they are lies in different ministries here in Indonesia, different sectors. It's impossible without cooperations with all other sectors. So governance is quite important. What about the SDGs? So if you talk about SDGs on food, usually we are talking about the goals number 2. Goal number 2 is zero hunger, and there are a lot of indicators related to hunger here, and most of the indicators is there. But actually, if you look at further for the whole pictures, if you develop the logical frameworks, then you realize that these goals cannot stand alone. It has to be related and supported with other goals in SDG. There are 17 goals of SDGs. So, for example, goal number 2 is for enabling. Number 2 is zero hunger. It has to be related with the supply. And now, in the era of climate change, you need to make sure that the agriculture is responsible. So by reducing food carbon print, which is a goal number, I think it's number 6. Yeah. And then poverty, number 1, is quite important, because if you measure nationally, it can mislead. Sometimes our national target is achieved at national level, but if you go down to the district level, and go down to the populations by income, then you realize that it's not as easy as you thought. I mean, the target may be achieved on the average populations, but if you go to the poor, if you go to the eastern part of Indonesia, if you go to the rural, they are very, very lag behind. So we have to answer the poverty and inequity, which is goal number 1 and goal number 11. So these are examples of how things is related, working together. But we need to transform the food system. Why the transformation is quite important, because we are facing the challenges with the climate change. If our practice with current traditional agricultures continue, it's very difficult to address the climate change in the future. And in the end, this climate change will affect our capability to produce food as well. So this is like a vicious cycle that we need to think carefully. But I think we have to start to transform our agriculture systems to create sustainable to the lands, for the farmers, you know, because the farmer is livelihood for a lot of people here in Indonesia as well. So this is goal number 2. If you look at, I only set 4 goals for 2 days, right? So of course, the end of hunger, which is very, very ambitious, you know, very ambitious, because hunger can be manifested by many things. Macronutrients is also hunger, and when you look at the micro, I think most of us, especially women, are in state of hunger because most of women at reproductive age are anemia. So this is also state of hunger, micronutrients, right? So we tend to end all of form of nutritions, and then we need to double the agricultural productivity because our land is shrinkage. Yeah, now most of the land belongs to small farmers holders in Indonesia, and the number are shrinking little by little, and if we need to double the amount of the productions. And then the last one is to ensure sustainability of food system productions to implement resilient agricultural processes. So this the new challenges, which is very, very difficult. I mean, how can we change the practice of agricultures when most of the agriculture in Indonesia are by smallholder? It's different with the developed country when most of the farmings are by companies and by industry. I think the change is quite easy. The knowledge is there, but if you look at the smallholder farmers, it is quite challenging. It's quite difficult. So my last slides for the takeaway message is that the challenges is there. The global mega trends happens everywhere, including Indonesia, and will affect our life. It will affect our food system, our nutrition approach, and our policy approach to tackle it. And then there are shifting of epidemiology in Indonesia, and I think most of the countries where non-communicable diseases now became the main driver of mortality in Indonesia. But the children are the one who facing the most, the risk is the vulnerable one, because the first 1,000 days of life is the most effective interventions for nutrition, but at the same time, those are who very vulnerable to lack of food and nutrition. And poor quality of nutrition drive multi-form of malnutrition. As I mentioned earlier, we need to eat adequate and balanced food and safe food. So how to call the actions? Multi-dimensional action is required, a lot across sectors and across multi-stakeholders. This is one of the spirit of S.Gz. When we cannot work alone, we have to work with the business, philanthropy, universities, and academia, and governments. So we are now a national secretary of S.Gz, fostering S.G Center across universities in Indonesia. And then we should have like comprehensive understanding on the whole framework of food, nutrition, and health. And then the last one, the government's policy is how to move more on preventive or primary care. So this is another whole different subjects, which is very important, and this is, I think this is quite a challenge. Indonesia and a lot of developing countries, how can we maximize our primary healthcare instead of referral healthcare, which is quite expensive and unsustainable. But unfortunately, in the same time, we have facing a lot of people with non-communicable diseases, with urgent emergency in the hospital. But in the long term, we need to move to primary healthcare, prevention and promotion. And the last one, we also produce the comprehensive strategy to ensure the good quality, accessibility of food for the sake of good nutrition and good health for Indonesia. Thank you very much. That's all my keynote speech. Actually, it's not keynote speech, it's a presentation. So I will apologize for that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Pungkas. Give applause to Pak Pungkas. I think because limitation of time, I think we only have one question, please. Yeah, please. Short, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That is an insightful presentation. My name is Tari Pramana. I'm from International Health Study, Master of Public Health Program. So in 2018, the basic health research have been reported that stunting happened in family with the father is a fisherman. And then in the health research 2023, the proportion of stunting is highest in the fisherman family. So is there any action have been taken by the government toward this problem, or even action that have been planned for, by the government for this issue? Because it have been almost 5 years, but the prevalence and the proportion is still high in this family. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this $1 billion questions. It's very interesting, it's very intriguing, and it's quite challenging as well. I think the framework that I showed earlier on how malnutrition is caused by inadequate intakes and diarrhea, but if you look at the underlying factors, there are also poverty. So I know if you look at the fishermen, it's quite contradictory because fish is one of the highest protein source. Yeah. But you know, the way economic working is not more on what they call it subsistence farming. Subsistence farming means that what you get on the farms, on the sea, you use and you consume by the family. It's not happen anymore. So what happened now is the globalizations need us to involve in trade, right? I don't think most of the farmers here now eat directly what they have been produced in the field. They have to sell it first to the markets to get power to buy any other necessity, right? You got the egg, you have chickens, you sell it so you can buy rice, for example. That's because of the poverty, right? Second, because of the globalizations. So it's impossible for us to tell the farmers, the fishermen, don't sell your fish, just give them to the children and eat fish. Your children will be okay. It's impossible because the poverty is also underlying factors. That's why the malnutrition and stunting reduction program is quite challenging because you cannot just attack directly for the direct causes. So what we did is that we attacked both fronts. For the poor, with the children and mothers who malnourished, we have a complementary food. That's like emergency. So you cannot wait the farmer to be rich, yeah, to feed their children, right? We have to provide them with the aid, but that we call it a social aid, bansos, right? But you have also to work to let them get out of the poverty. So otherwise, the problem is still there forever, because the underlying factor is always there. So this why our lecture, our summer course here is very important, how to connect between health, nutrition, food system, economic, and other, because it's very, very complex. So what we did is we attacked both fronts, direct causes and indirect causes. So I think this will be the same policy for the future, because it's very difficult for us to eradicate as long as the poverty is there. The second one is on the education, of course. And education is something that we cannot tackle directly. For example, the mothers, for the fishermen, mostly are less educated compared to others living in the cities. But we cannot reduce stunting among the fishermen suddenly by giving them good education for the mothers. For example, formal educations, because formal education is quite very difficult also. It tends to be there, and it can be changed little by little for longer time or period. So we need to work together for educations, how to increase the participations at school for the mothers for long terms, because now the average of Indonesians educations are only 9 years, meaning lulus SMP, junior high school, most of us at the national average. We need to increase that, and it's not easy. It takes times to that. So I think the best approach that we have now is attack both fronts, giving the aid, the social aid, by providing PMT local, complementary food and supplementary food, and at the same time working together with other sectors to attack the underlying factors.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Pungkas. Please, before we close the session, if I may summarize what Pak Pungkas given to us, that actually the Indonesia has triple burden of malnutrition, undernutrition, and then overweight, obese, and the last and not the least is the micronutrient deficiency. It's very surprised that somehow the micronutrient is already exists, but we have never aware of that. And then it's also affected by the global mega trend, including the trade, and we have to comply of that. And then there are many determinants that affecting the malnutrition in Indonesia, so many, including the education of the maternal, etc. And I think the last not the least, that our governments already have a plan, short-term, mid-term, to solve the problem of malnutrition in Indonesia. And we do hope that 2045 that we achieve the goal period for all people, including for zero hunger. Thank you very much, Pak Pungkas. Give applause to Pak Pungkas once again. Thank you very much. I return to Pak Yopi.
Okay, so once again, give applause for Pak Pungkas Bahjuri, for Minister of National Development Planning or National Development Planning Agency Bappenas Republic of Indonesia. So guys, before we join in for the preliminary sessions, we will take a short break around 10 minutes. The committee has already prepared the refreshments in the lobby, so please enjoy the refreshments, and we will go back at around 10:40. Okay, and enjoy the break. And our participant will join online. You may go to the restroom, or you can grab some coffee or some tea. Okay, so everyone, welcome back to the summer course 2024, and now let's start for the preliminary session. And there will be 3 speakers who deliver their experts. First, we have our speakers from Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia. Second, we have speakers from University Putra Malaysia, and for the third speakers, we have speakers from Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And to lead this session, I would like to invite Mr. Tony Arjuna, Ph.D. from Department of Health Nutrition. Pak Tony, time is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. Hopefully you feel a bit more refreshed now with the snacks and everything. And we'll start our first preliminary session which consists of 3 lectures, and we'll hear a different perspective today, information on how we actually try to improve the health and nutritional status of people using different types of intervention. And the first one we will hear from the Ministry of Health. We've got Dr. Hera Nirwati today. Has she joined online yet? Okay. Bu Hera, are you online?
Yes, I am already online.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Did you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you. But the voice is slightly bit lower.
Oh, a little bit lower. Okay.
Yeah. We can see you on the screen now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. So we will show her CV very soon, but she's actually a very well-known figure in our faculty. In fact, she graduated from our uni. She completed her bachelor and master program here at Gadjah Mada, and then subsequently did her PhD at Universitas Indonesia. And now she works at the Ministry of Health, and she will tell us a bit more information and her experience and perspective on how the Indonesian government has tried to improve the health and nutritional status of people and try to alleviate the different issues of malnutrition, as explained earlier by our keynote speaker. So before we hear from her, we would like to show her CV shortly. Okay. Bu Hera, you got about 20 to 30 minutes for the lecture session, and then we'll follow up by discussion afterward. Time is yours, Bu Hera.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and greetings. On behalf of the Directorate of Nutrition and Maternal and Child Ministry of Health Indonesia. Firstly, we would like to express my sincere to all those involved in the successful organization of the summer course. Okay, my name is Hera. Can I share the presentation?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Yes, in this session, I will convey a glance regarding to the Indonesia government program to accelerate nutritional status improvement in Indonesia. Firstly, we will see the situation in Indonesia. If we see the current situation, Indonesia is still facing macro and micronutrient problem in every age group. We have pregnant women with chronic energy deficiency and anemia, and the infant mortality rate is still high with a low birth weight. And if we see in teenager and in children underweight, we have still wasting, stunting, overnutrition, and anemia too. From the data of Health Survey Indonesia 2023, we can see the double burden malnutrition is on the rise in the children under 5. And if we see prevalence of stunting and underweight is decreased, but wasting and overweight is increased. And the program to reduce the prevalence of stunting are focused on intervention program in pregnant women to prevent short births and in the children aged 6 until 20 months to prevent stunting. When looking the prevalence of stunting by age group, there are several important phases that need to be considered, including prevalence of newborn stunting. If we see 19.8%, interventions are needed for pregnant women and adolescent girls. If we see the prevalence of stunting 0 until 5 months, exclusive breastfeeding need to be increased to maintain nutritional status at the age level. And the position is jump in stunting prevalence from 30.10 at 60 until 11 months to 22.7 at 20 until 28 months. If we see the data, we need to strengthen infant and young child feeding practice, including complementary feeding, rich animal protein in the conceptual. If we see the framework on the determinant of maternal and child nutrition, it can be seen that adequate food intake in the children is direct determinant of child nutrition. It's important to know periodically whether a child is receiving adequate complementary feeding and evaluation. If we see the food consumption pattern in Indonesia, we can see that burden of health condition associated with the deficiency in nutritional intake in Indonesia. Indonesia people is still far from balance, where Indonesian food consumption is dominated by cereal, consumption of animal protein, fruit and vegetable is low, and minimum dietary diversity is 20.9%. So it means that our consumption is not diverse. This is the condition of our nutrition in Indonesia. What's the challenges? If we see the Indonesia condition, Indonesia already set target in 2045 to become a developed country as a golden Indonesia. We have opportunity to reach this condition because of bonus demography. It's a momentum when productive age group more than unproductive group. So we should take an action to prepare a new generation in Indonesia with good nutrition strategy. Based on the research from the World Bank in 2022, we can see Indonesia Human Capital Index is ranked 96 out of 174 countries. These challenges to catch up, Indonesia must make serious effort to improving human resources. The government has a set focus to build Indonesia people. The problem of stunting is one that must resolve to achieve the development of quality and superior human resources. In order to achieve the golden human capital in 2045, it's necessary to transform the economy and competitive human capital with the main foundation being a healthy, smart, and protect generation. So we should reduce stunting to 5% to reach the goal. And another challenging is regarding to Pak Pungkas mentioned is accessibility of nutritious food is still challenging because nutritious and healthy food price are 3 until 5 times higher in Indonesia, and maybe it's the same with the ASEAN country. Okay. It's the opportunity and challenge of nutrition in Indonesia. If we see, we have much opportunity and challenges in Indonesia. We have a demographic transition. We have a problem of stunting among children and obese and overweight and anemia, of course. And on the other side, we have a sedentary life, unbalanced diet, and high energy food, accessibility to nutritious food, and of course, food system and changing behavior. It's need persistent support by the enabler environment, and of course, human resources. That is our opportunity and challenge on nutrition in Indonesia. So what Ministry of Health as a government strategy program in addressing nutrition issue by empowering local resources. If we see, Ministry of Health focus on improving outcome of Sp.BA specific intervention, transform the health system through 6 pillars of health system transformation of health. When accelerate nutrition improvement in the community and improve maternal and child health, family planning, and reproductive health services is part of the transformation of health system. We can see in the public education, we will do strengthening balanced diet. And for secondary prevention, we will improving I.N.C for maternal and infant and health. For conduct the activity, we will do the comprehensive strategy for improving nutrition and health. These activities to fulfill nutrition are aimed at improving the quality of individual and community nutrition carry out life cycle by paying special attention to pregnant and lactating mother and infant and toddler, and third is adolescent girl. This activity conducting through food consumption pattern. We will improve our food consumption pattern that are diverse, nutritionally balanced, and safe. And the other side, we will do nutrition services. This activity to improve access and quality of nutrition services in accordance with advance in science and technology. And the last is alertness and early warning system, because Indonesia in the ring of fire, so improve awareness and early warning system on food and nutrition and security is important to do it. Ministry of Health focus on improving outcome of 10 specific intervention. We do in the prenatal and postnatal period. Healthier population are achieved through multi-sector action. They are not limited to health system alone. If we can see the condition for targeted health issue, we will conduct the program especially for pregnant women, labor, postpartum, and women, infant and preschool children, school-age children, and adolescents. And we use the delivery platform, use Puskesmas in the sub-district, Pustu in the village or in and Posyandu in the community group or hamlet or neighborhood. Optimal nutrition for individual health and development breeds intervention by health system to improve health of population through life force support is critical to operationalize the worldwide commitment to people-centered primary health care. So, comprehensive strategy we do through for activity, the first is nutritional education. We develop and manage knowledge about food and nutrition, especially for balanced nutrition and my plate. And the second is nutrition supplementation and fortification. I'm at the meeting of nutritional needed at the community. And we have monitoring process of program with a surveillance system. We develop collaboration data, pulling the national health and nutrition data system. And the last, we have the nutritional management. This the kind of action for the recovery of burden malnutrition in all forms. We will see the first activities about education. We have a healthy balanced nutrition diet. We have strengthened balanced diet from sustainable food production. I think it's key factor to healthy lifestyle because it's very important to improve our diet. For strengthen the healthy balanced diet, we have 10 message developed to support successful of nutrition balanced diet implementation. Start with grateful and enjoy the variety of food, and of course eat a lot of vegetable and enough fruit. Habitual to eating side dishes that contain high protein. Variety of stable foods. Limit consumption sweet, salty, fatty, and food. Make breakfast habit. Make it habit to drink enough and save water, and reading label, food packaging, wash hand, get enough physical activity, and maintaining a normal body weight. Cadre are spreading services closer to community, so we realize this the important role of cadre. We give a training on for cadre on 20 basic skills for cadre to improve knowledge and capacity on nutrition, health, management of posyandu, and if we can see from this slide, we can see the example under pregnant and breastfeeding woman. Cadre receive training to make a visit at home and monitoring the adherence to Iffah supplementation. Okay. Currently, the Ministry of Health making various efforts to increase the coverage of inclusive breastfeeding and complementary feeding, include breastfeeding counseling training and referencing breastfeeding counselor. The second is establishment of the IUSA protection working group involving strengthening coordination between institutions, and third involving cross-sector, and preparation routine breastfeeding and complementary feeding data indicator is a new indicator we conduct by regularly 4 times a year. And we support through nutrition emergency. And the last, and we still do, is how to improve our regulation to be comprehensive regulation. The comprehensive regulation overarching code law address the weakness of the current legislation and bring Indonesia law fully in the line with the code and subsequent relevant WHA resolution. And for the supplementation, we have a mandatory supplementation, fortification of wet flour with iron, zinc, folic, and folic acid, vitamin B1, B6, since 21, and mandatory for salt fortification and oil fortification. We still prefer to give the fortification to the rice. And for nutrition supplementation, we have a program for adolescent and pregnant women, is Iffah. And now we will in a process to adopt micronutrient supplementation as a recommendation WHO to become a program, change the Iffah to multiple micronutrient supplementation. And all the programs, we do the monitoring from our surveillance system. We develop collaboration data to link the national health and nutrition data system. We will give the example of the monitoring we conduct every 4 times a year. This the new data monitoring infant and young child feeding practice. We do in a posyandu in the 5 steps, and method is about complementary food consumption. We ask the complementary food consumption by children aged 6 until 20 months on the first day using picture. This we take the indicator MDD, minimum dietary diversity, and egg flash food. This activity conducted by the health header, and inputting data due by nutrition in the health services. If we find there are children aged 6 until 20 months to consume complementary food that not diverse or do not contain eggs, fish, and meat, Cadre provide education to mother and primary caregiver to improve their children's diet to be more diverse and contain eggs, fish, or meat. And for the management, maybe you can see this, the provision of local recovery supplementary food. We have 2 programs for supplementary food. The first is for pregnant women. The purpose is to increasing weight gain and improving the nutritional status of pregnant women. And the targeted is women chronic energy deficiency and women risk of chronic energy deficiency. The period of the program is 120 days. And for children under 5 years age, the targeted is for increasing weight gain and improving the nutritional status of pregnant women. The period of the intervention depend on the condition of the child. For the child under 5 do not gain weight, the intervention give only 14 days. But for underweight children, is 28 days, and for wasting, we give the intervention supplementary local food for until 8 weeks. This the example of provide a comprehensive implementation tools for locally supplementary feeding guideline and technical guideline as a guide for the cadre and the community and health services who do the local food supplementation in Indonesia. We know the academia have a big goal to improve nutrition. We hope academia can support through education, maybe development of concept and theory, as well adjustment of material and curriculum related to the nutrition and research. I think our activity need a comprehensive research, effective to know the effective and efficient research to evaluate the program and support future nutrition programs. And with the community services, we hope academia can use our program as the thematic community services, especially for the risk group mentoring and focus on sustainable development of foster area and advocacy to local government to support nutrition improvement and to support nutrition program in the community. Thank you. I think that's our presentation. Finally, wish you to enjoyable time at the course. Back to moderator.
Thank you very much, Bu Hera. Let's give a big applause to Bu Hera for her presentation. And please, Bu Hera, can you please stay on the Zoom online, and then we'll have a discussion session by the end of the other lectures, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the second speaker. Is Prof. Nur Hasma online?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Nice to hear you, Prof. Okay. Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much, Prof. Nur Hasma, for joining us today. We're very grateful and very honored to have you joining us for the summer course this morning. Prof. Nur Hasma is from UPM, and we got several UPM students here. We got some of the students here from UPM, and Prof. Nur Hasma is a very long-time collaborator of UGM, especially at the Department of Nutrition. She's a professor in public health nutrition at UPM, and she has a very extensive research experience in the area of food security, especially for vulnerable population. So it's very fitting with the theme of our course today, and we would like to hear from her experience and knowledge on how food security can be tackled, and then what was the best solution, especially for developing countries like us, and then for you guys who come from other developing countries around Southeast Asia as well. It would be very interesting to hear her ideas on how do we address food security in different countries across Southeast Asia. Prof. Nur Hasma, the time is yours, about 20 to 30 minutes, Prof. And I understand that you're probably in the airport now, are you, Prof?
No, I'm still in my...
Okay, all right then. Okay, thank you, Prof. Your time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, we can hear your voice very clearly. Yeah, and we can see the slide as well now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, first of all, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer invite me to join in the summer course. Yeah, it's happy to share my knowledge regarding food insecurity in the developing country, challenges and solutions. Before I start my presentation, let me change my slide to be slideshow. Okay. So in my presentation today, this is the outline of my presentations. I would like to share what is food security versus food insecurity. And currently we are talking about the methods, how to measure food insecurity. There are many types of instruments, and which one is the best instrument to measure food insecurity. Number 3, let me share regarding the prevalence, factors and consequences of food insecurity, especially in developing countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and how actually by the end we can address food insecurity in our country. Okay, we start with the first content of my presentation. So let me define what is food security. So food security basically exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food that meet the dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So based on this definition, we can see that food security is a multi-dimensional concept. It consists of physical and economic access. Number 2 must be sufficient and nutritious food. And number 3 must meet the dietary needs. And lastly, all the kind of food, your dietary intake can improve human to be active and healthy life. So all these actually reflect the component of food security. And when we go through the literature, I can say that there are 4 components of food security. Yeah, this is very important to understand. If, for example, one of the component is not stable, so the individual may not get the good food security status. Okay, the first component of food security basically is food availability, which is, it is reflect with the production. In the country, for example, the agriculture sector play important role to produce enough food for the population. Or sometimes, some country, they are relying on import from other neighborhood country. Like Malaysia, sometimes we also rely on Thailand or Indonesia to supply food for the population in Malaysia. That is food availability. Second component of food security is food accessibility. So food accessibility, everyone must aware, it is actually reflect on the money, income, whether the household have enough money to buy food for their household. Number 2, it is maybe related with the physical accessibility. For example, is it their house far from the market, far from the grocery place? It may influence their food security. Okay, and then number 3, food utilization. It is happen actually in the household. Currently, for example, we have money. We buy food, we bring at home. And how actually in the household, mothers prepare food for their family. Is it mother have a good knowledge to prepare food, healthy food for their family? That is one factor, utilizations. Is there any problem in terms of absorption food among the population or among the individual in the house because of disability? So all this relate with the food utilization. And these 3 components should be stable over the time. For example, availability, make sure stable even though we have disaster during COVID, must be stable to provide food at the population. Accessibility, for example, must be stable even though we don't have money in the household, but they also at the same time can obtain food. So all this must be stable at the time. So I can say that 4 components of food security is availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability. Okay, when we talk about the food security, so it is opposite with the food insecurity. So food insecurity happens when the availability of nutritionally adequate and safe food or ability of acquire acceptable food in socially acceptable way is limited or uncertain. So in other way that something happened, food resources in the household or in the community or in the country, it is limited maybe, it is actually uncertain due to many reasons. So by the end, the food supply is not enough in the country, in the community, in the household. So there are 4 components, food insecurity. The first one is food anxiety. Number 2, food quality. Number 3, food quantity. And lastly, food in socially acceptable way. So what does it mean? So it is actually a sequence. When something happens, the food is insufficient in the household. For example, mothers, currently they know that they have enough food in the household. But they know at the end of the month, they have some limited resources, they are unable to provide for their family at the end of the month. So mother feel anxiety, worried. That is first stage. And then after that, mother manage to cope. We reduce the quality of food. For example, they don't buy like a meat, fish, which is more expensive. Now they are reduce the quality of food. And at the end of the month, they know that they don't have money. In order to make sure that food can remain in the household, they reduce the quantity. So in example, usually they prepare 3 meals in the lunch. So because of their limited resources, they only prepare 1 meal, 1 dish during the lunch. They cut the portion. For example, 1 piece of chicken, they cut into small portion size. So that is called as a food quantity. And lastly, this is the worst condition when the food actually obtained through unacceptable way. For example, they are fasting due to they don't have money in the household. They don't have food in the household. Or maybe they don't eat anything at the household because they don't have money. So that is the condition of food insecurity. So I can say that food insecurity can divide into 2 conditions. The first one is chronic food insecurity, which is long-term or persistent. Yeah, it is due to because of they don't able to meet the minimum food requirement for sustained period of time, long period of time. They don't meet the minimum food requirement. That is food insecurity chronic. Long period of time, they don't have food to meet the minimum requirement for their life. For transitory food insecurity, it's a short-term food insecurity. Yeah, it is a temporary. For example, there's something happened, drop the ability to produce food for their family. For example, they have flooding. So maybe during the short period of time, they don't have rice, for example, because of flood, yeah? So by the end, they don't have food, and after the situation back to normal, and they can get enough food for their family. So that is called as transitory food insecurity. It is acute. Compared to the chronic is long-term period, but the transitory is short-term period. And basically, I can say that chronic food insecurity is due to because of poverty. In other words, in Bahasa we call as the miskin. Yeah? They don't have any asset, for example. All these actually can cause poverty. So transitory food insecurity is because of the short-term block, short-term shock, such as fluctuation in terms of food price. So this may influence the food security in the household. So in order to overcome chronic food insecurity, first of all, we must actually address poverty issues. It is the main thing, maybe through education. By the education, we can exit from the poverty. Yeah? We have education, we can earn money through the good job. But if we don't have good education, if something happen, we cannot earn more money because we don't have any good education level. So focus on poverty eradication for the chronic food insecurity. But for the transitory food insecurity, let's maybe plan any program like a food assistance in order to overcome the transitory food insecurity. Like during COVID, we have a lot of programs to help the populations in terms of the food assistance and other things. That is the transitory food insecurity. So I hope that everyone can understand what is chronic food insecurity and transitory food insecurity. So this is how to understand food insecurity. Okay? we can see that the first column is talking about factors. So the first factor is actually more on demography, poverty, disaster, sanitation, health. And another second risk factors is because of disease. Sometimes maybe people or individual have disease like cancer, they have issue on malabsorptions. All these may contribute to the food insecurity. Okay, and what is the consequences of food insecurity? It relates with the nutritional status. Like we can measure the anthropometry. So maybe they're underweight, or maybe sometimes it can cause obesity, and sometimes we can check their blood. Maybe they are lack in terms of the micronutrient or macronutrient. Or maybe medical doctors can check the clinical symptom. Okay? And lastly, currently, new research looking at the functional outcome, such as quality of life, and also health, physical, social, and mental well-being. That is the new movement to look at the impact of food insecurity. Next, look at the method to measure food security. So in order to make sure that we want to know the prevalence, because after we know the prevalence, we can plan the intervention program. So in order to make sure that the prevalence is valid and reliable, therefore we need to have proper indicators to measure food insecurity. And we can understand the severity of food insecurity. So there are two types of the instrument to measure food insecurity, especially for accessibility. Okay? We can use indirect indicators, or you can use the direct indicators. So indirect indicators, basically, we can use measure in which some level of vulnerability of food insecurity can be inferred. For example, we can use income, we can use unemployment, we can use food assistance participations, or dietary intake, or health and nutritional status. All these actually indirect indicators. However, indirect indicators, they are lack of sensitivity and specificity. Yeah, for example, income. So income-based measure of poverty. In Malaysia, basically, they are revised income measured for poverty. They review every 5 years. So it is not actually sometimes take into consideration something happened in terms of the economic changes. So it is not very sensitive. Another thing is like anthropometric measurement. We can use it as indicators, but it is actually some of source of error. Yeah, because sometimes it is a recall error, or maybe sometimes it is because of the investigations error. So it is caused overestimating or underestimate the prevalence of the food insecurity. So all this actually influence our findings later. And when we also can use dietary intake, but they need a highly scaled enumerator to probe what type of food they are consumed. They need to observe and estimate the food quantity quickly and accurately. And sometimes we need to repeat until 7 days, the maximum. Need more time. And then another possible, maybe you can use biomarkers. However, biomarkers is very expensive and invasive. So they have many limitations of indirect indicators. But currently, it is good actually, we can use direct indicators. And basically, I have experienced developed the instrument for direct indicators food insecurity in Malaysia. And we try to measure based on the core behavior and experience of food insecurity among individuals. What they are doing when they don't have enough money in the household. Look at their emotional sequence and look at their behavior changes due to inadequate food access. And from that, we can identify the fundamental compared to the indirect indicators. So this is the strength of direct indicators. They are highly sensitive and specific, relate with the vulnerable group and at-risk group. Yeah, because we identify the behavior that they are doing when they have issues on food insecurity in the household. They can capture the behavior, they can capture the experience, and we can recognize the stage of the severity. And it is very practical and cost-effective, and we can use at the national survey. It is just like questionnaire, what they are doing during if they have issues food insecurity in the household. So you can use the indirect indicators with the direct indicators complement each other to give a accurate picture of food insecurity in the country. So this is one of the example, instrument, direct indicators that we can use in the populations. Even though in the country, I believe that in Malaysia and also Indonesia, we are using this instrument because currently FAO using FIES all over the world. And finally, we can compare the prevalence of food insecurity within the country all over the world. Yeah, we are using the Food Insecurity Experience Scale, FIES. Just ask the question and answer yes or no. And they consist 8 questions, and from that we can calculate the severity of the food security status. This is the simple thing, like a design, the range of the severity food insecurity, answer dichotomous yes or no, and then we can get all the issues and we can measure food insecurity in the country and in the population. Okay, let me share the findings, what happened in Malaysia. I'm doing this systematic review about 20 years, articles that publish based on the research in Malaysia regarding the prevalence of food insecurity, contributing factors, coping strategies, and the consequences. And based on the study in Malaysia, we identified that 5 at-risk groups towards the food insecurity. Number 1 is low-income household, and the prevalence between 57 until 100%. We have also data on the elderly, the prevalence between 6 until 28% of food insecurity. We also study among university students, a lot of study looking at university students, and the prevalence is from 22 until 70% food insecurity. Indigenous people in Malaysia, consistently 6 articles, the prevalence more than 80%. And we only have 1 study on migrant workers in Malaysia. This is opportunity we can explore in the country to identify the prevalence of food insecurity. And based on the systematic review, I can say that there are 4 main factors contribute to the food insecurity. The first one is socio-economic, which is the first one important factor is poverty. There are low food expenditure, low education, they don't have assets, and because of cost of living, high cost of living. We also have dimensions towards food insecurity because of family structure, especially female-headed, large household size, more children school age, rural household, and disabled household members. And among elderly, of course, it relates with the mental health issues and diseases that have among the elderly. And among indigenous people in Malaysia, we have issues on the failure in agriculture, and also they are using the ineffectiveness food-seeking activities for their populations. And lastly, among the university students, the big issue is cost of living. Tuition fee is very high. All this contribute to the food insecurity. And we also identify the consequences of food insecurity. Okay, this is the impact of food insecurity in the context of Malaysia. And I think it's almost similar with the developing country, in Southeast Asia. The first one, among children, we identify that the consequences of food insecurity is underweight, stunting, low diet quality, insufficient intake of the nutrient. And we can see from the first presenter, I think Indonesia, Malaysia, we still have a big issues on stunting, wasting, underweight. The main factors, I believe that is because of the food insecurity issues. Okay? Among adults, we identify that they have some issue on inadequate dietary intake, such as low income intake, low energy intake, low nutrient intake, and low diet quality. And another health problem among adults because of food insecurity is due to, because of the food insecurity, they have issue on high body mass index. I can say that it contributes to obesity or overweight. At the same time, they have a higher abdominal obesity and metabolic syndrome and low diet quality. So you can see the impact in the context of developing country, Southeast Asia, more relate on obesity, metabolic syndrome, and abdominal obesity. So one, they are insufficient food, but at the same time, they contribute to the obesity or overweight. That is the big issue. It is different with the African country. African regions, they have issue on food insecurity, but the outcome is underweight, hunger. It is totally different with the context of ASEAN country. And one of the reasons is due to because of we are consume high energy density food, which is consists of fatty and sugary. It is more cheaper compared to food with the nutrient high density food. So fatty acid, sugary food, it is more cheaper. So people who have food insecurity, they just eat whatever they have cheaper as long as their stomach full. So that is the point. They are actually a poor nutrient intake, especially animal protein, and higher intake of the snack food. Animal protein basically is expensive. Like fish, for example, 1 kilo fish in Malaysia is about like 15 ringgit or 20 ringgit. Compared to, for example, snack is very cheaper. Or maybe processed food like burger, sausage, is cheaper. But it is high processed food, high density energy food. Therefore, they go for that cheaper. Okay. Another one is because of the psychological or emotional stress. So when people, especially women, they have stress due to they know that it become food insecure in the household, they will disturb in terms of the eating pattern. So some literature indicate that it relates with the depression issues and we can change our eating patterns. They are consumed more during the depression episode. So that can cause the obesity, even though they are food insecure. Another thing is due to because of lower physical activities, among insecure households. Some of them may be housewife, they are just sitting, take care with the kids. So they are not very active and it can cause obesity. That is a possible explanation why food insecurity relate with the weight gains, especially in the developing country and in the Southeast Asia. And lastly, how to address this food insecurity and malnutrition, especially in order to focusing on the food's accessibility and nutrition. We can discuss this in two parts, which is the first one. It is actually urgent. Yeah, we can focus to provide emergency food aid, food assistance. If we know that some people have issues on food insecurity, therefore we need to think how we want to assist them to provide food assistance. Yeah, whether in the household or maybe in the community. Look, during the COVID-19, a lot of NGOs, government, they're helping, especially for those who have the emergency food aid. Yeah, and then number two, make sure that when we design food assistance program, not only offer calorie, the source of calorie, make sure that our food assistance consists of the healthy diet, diverse food, variety of food, not only focusing on carbohydrate or calorie. And then number three, I believe that the most important in order to address food insecurity, especially among children, we can actually provide alternative school lunch program or any program in school, breakfast among school children, lunch program in the school. It is very important because we can see all the children in the school. Maybe we have a nutritionist or other expert can provide the healthy menus and serve for the kids. So because this program actually already happened in Malaysia, we have family feeding, food feedings here among low-income people, so they can eat before they go to school. And among indigenous people also, we have this program. So it is actually helpful for children, especially among the low-income people. And another things that besides we provide food for the vulnerable group, don't forget also to have the mental health services when we design a food assistance program. Because one of the impact of the food insecurity basically is the mental health issues. So must be combined. Beside the food assistance, we also need to provide the health services, especially on the mental health issues. Okay, so in conclusion, I can say that food security, enough food, actually is a basic human right. All of the people, all the human should have the healthy food. It is a basic needs, So therefore, issue on food insecurity and malnutrition need to give drastic attention, especially in terms of the cost of living, food price, especially source of protein and vegetables, because this actually is very expensive. We need to look at these issues, And understanding household food insecurity also very crucial. All the information is very important because we want to plan the interventions suitable with the vulnerable group, especially in the country. Maybe different country, different situations, we need to study and understand their culture and try to implement based on their culture. By the end, at the same time, we also can assist the government and related agency to tracking the effectiveness intervention food program or program related to the poverty eradications. So therefore, we need to look at these issues. So I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nur Hasman, for the lectures. And I think I'm very glad that we had your session actually at the beginning of this course, because it really clears up the definition of food security and security for the students as well, for the participants, so they have a much better understanding of what actually we're talking about throughout the session for the next lecture sessions, and ideas on how to address those issues, because they will be having some assignments on issues on food security, especially around accessibility and also availability of food, as you showed in your lectures, and then they will try to figure out the best solution for the case studies that will be provided to them. Thank you very much again, Prof. If you I would like to take some quick break perhaps, and then we'll have a quick discussion after the final lectures in about 20 to 30 minutes. And now we have the final lecture from one of our professor, distinguished professor from the Faculty of Agriculture. We have him here, and would like to invite Prof. Subedjo from Faculty of Agriculture. Let's give a big applause for him. Prof. Subedjo is a professor in agricultural socioeconomic, and he's been doing lots of research and extensive experience in trying to uncover the link between socioeconomic states and how that relates to food security. And today we will hear his views and experience about how socioeconomic aspect can be also vital in addressing food security, and how that can be used and leveraged to address and improve health status among people. So I will hand over to Prof. Subedjo for the next session, and you may use the podium, Prof, if you want to, or you can use the mic if you want to walk around during this session. So it's up to your preference. It's about 20 to 30 minutes, Prof. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Tony. Please stop me because usually very interesting for me when discussing about the food security. And last week I had experience discussing almost 3 hours on food security. So please don't hesitate to stop me, Pak Tony, because always challenging for me to discuss about the food security problem not only in Indonesia but at the global level. Yeah, before discussing in detail about the socio-economic condition of food security, I will raise one question to all participants. Please guess which country in the world producing or exporting the largest number of food. Please guess which country. Anyone want to respond? Which country currently producing the largest number of food in the world? Please guess. Anyone want to voluntarily answer the question? Please? Of course not Indonesia. Of course not Malaysia. Anyone want to say something? Guess please. US? At least number 1 and number 2. US, India, China, please. India. Anyone? Ukraine? The answer, please check in through Google. The answer number 1, US. And then second, Netherlands. Many participants from Netherlands. Yeah, very lucky. Yeah, very have friend from Netherlands. Yes. Discussing on food, this is not only economic matters. This is only geopolitical matters. Why US? Yeah, because US is a superpower country. By producing a huge number of food in the world, so it's been also controlling the world. So discussing the food, not only discussing the economic, but discussing the political aspect. So, yeah, I tried to give a common understanding, because discussing food security, not only discussing the middle stream or downstream. Professor Nur Hasma and Dr. Hera already discussing the middle stream and downstream. I will discuss about upstream. How people produce the food. There is no life without food. Everyone agree? So I will discuss the problematic, the complexity in producing the food. Very complex. So every year we get the report that maybe millions of people in the world also facing the hunger, facing the problem. One of the problem is the availability and then also stability of the food production in the world. So I will discuss to you some issue. This is a very big issue. Yeah. Globally, we have maybe now close to 8 billion people, but in Indonesia, we have 276 million people. Every year, there is addition 3 million people in Indonesia. In India and China, maybe more. Yeah, of course, because population of China already maybe 0.3 billion. Every year. And then climate change. There is no guarantee every year we can produce food, because sometimes flooding, sometimes drought, very difficult to expect how to produce food in the world, including in Indonesia. Sometimes we already cultivate and then there is a drought and then we cannot produce the food, not only in Indonesia, in India, in China also. And then the left side, agro products not only produce for food, but at least for 4, food, feed, fuel and fiber. We produce one, but the purpose for 4F, food, fiber, and then also feeding, and then fuel. In US, in Brazil, maybe US and Brazil producing sugarcane, producing soybean, not for people, but not for fuel. And sometimes we produce corn, we produce soybean, also not for people, but for our livestock. Even livestock actually also consumed by the people. But the problem, we already competing, very hard competition between, at least we can identify 4 feed, food, fuel, fiber. By the tough competition, and then in Europe there is a report also, huge number of food allocated not directly to human but to other purposes. Yeah. And then as I already mentioned, currently, maybe starting from 20 years ago, many international corporations, many countries now trying to have access on land for producing the food. Because if happen the global crisis on food, so people want to save the nation. So now the global company, global corporation, also country trying to have a global land acquisition, including, of course, sadly, Indonesia among the very big targets. Yeah. Later on I will show you Indonesia among the target who transnational company, corporation, and country to invest for producing food in Indonesia. And then this is not only matter of the producing food, but also global investment and political economic power. So I later on will discuss. Anyone from Singapore? No one? Very interesting story on Singapore. Later on I will discuss with you. Yeah. Okay. This is I get the report from the one paper. Yeah. Indonesia, the number 3 as the target country for producing the food, and then very big. Of course, US the main players. US investing huge number of food in the world, and then of course have access in huge number of food for the US, and then also of course can be exported also. And then this is the I think still there is a report in 2002, but I show you report in 2001. We can compare between country. Very nice story about the Singapore. Yeah, for many years Singapore always number 1 in food security, global food security, always number 1. Why Singapore? Even Singapore having no farming land, due to financial capability, Singapore can import a huge number of food everywhere. Yeah, everywhere, meat, rice, and so on, due to the financial capability. But after the crisis of the COVID-19, most of country trying to keep the food, and then there is no food in a global market. Money, nothing. Yeah, even we have money, we cannot buy nothing in the global market. So the rank of Singapore is before 1 and then becomes 19, even 15. So the lesson is we should have capability in producing the food. Yeah. So Singapore now investing maybe in African countries, maybe also in Indonesia. So if happen the global food security, they still have access on food. This is very nice story. Yeah, Indonesia of course. Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia is better. At least in 2021, yeah, in the number of in the rank of the global food security index. Yeah. Yeah, the interesting commodity in Indonesia is rice. Even me, even I have maybe 3 boxes of snack, but if not eating the rice, I still not eating. This is the problem. I don't know for Malaysian, for Filipino, or for Thailand, but for Indonesian, the rice is very important commodity. This is also not only economic commodity, but this is political commodity. This year maybe we import 2 million ton of rice. Last year maybe also 2 million of rice. Even Indonesia is number 3 as a producer of rice in the world. After China, after India, we are number 3. But due to the number of population in Indonesia, 276 million, we still need import of rice. This is our big problem. Yeah, the other problems, rice produced in Java here, Java Island. 50% of rice produced in this island. This is very fertile, very nice infrastructure and so on. We have a mountain and very fertile. And then the problem, we are also facing a huge problem here because land conversion occur very massive here. We cannot cultivate rice in West Papua. In Papua, very difficult also planted rice here in Kalimantan because the soil suitability is not so good for rice. Yeah. So we have big problem because in Java we are producing huge number of rice and challenging here because converting of land and so on. We are also should compete with industry in Java. Yeah. Okay. Also small scale, of course. I will skip this part. And then I try to compare the situation in developing countries and developed countries in terms of the crops and then technology, labor allocation, product, and then distribution. In developing country, usually for the self-consumption and very simple technology, but in developed country, of course, for the business, for the commercial purposes. Yeah. And then, I will show you with some picture. This is situation in Indonesia. We can see, about the very intensive farming in lowland, including in Jogja, of course, here, very intensive. Also, intensive upland, because the cultivating rice not only in lowland, but in upland, using the terrace system like in Bali. If you visit Bali, you can see very nice terrace in Ubud, also in some places. So, upland rice also very important. And then we also have upland terrace agroforestry, combining the food crops and then trees. Also intensive upland terrace farming, very dangerous because very steepy. And then also in coastal. Actually not so far from here, maybe 1.5 hours from here, we have very massive, actually very nice, using this coastal lands, and then by using some intervention, using the manure and then also irrigating system, very nice. We can produce also many products, including some vegetable here. Yeah. Of course, we are competing with Malaysia in producing the palm oil. Maybe now Indonesia is #1 and then Malaysia second. We already surpassed Malaysia, maybe since 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and we also producing the rubber, very intensive. And then in terms of Indonesia, actually in the best scenario, we can produce 3 times a year, because we have rainy season, dry season 1 and dry season 2. But in some cases, we only produce sometimes two times, and then currently actually already dry season 2, so there is no crop at all. If we walk from Jakarta to Jogja using the train, we can see maybe no crop at all. But in some places, including in Jogja, because we have a very nice irrigation system, we can cultivate 3 times a year. This is the condition, And then, this is situation in Jogja, very nice. We have very nice canal and then very flat, and then also in good infrastructure and using the machine. But in opposite, in upland area, very complicated situation. We should have, we should combining between the food crops and then also some trees, and so very steepy area, even very complicated situation in Indonesia. So we have various situation of farming, of food production in Indonesia. The other things, the impact of climate change also, very serious in agriculture. So not only in Indonesia, but many reports in the global scale, many cases of the, we cannot produce some product in agriculture due to the impact of climate change. I visited many times in Eastern Java, due to since there is no infrastructure of the irrigation, so they use the groundwater. Pumping groundwater 40, 60 meters, even now maybe 100 meters. So this is very risky in the long run. So so we should think about this situation. So we should set up also the maybe some irrigation facilities. So if we use massively using the groundwater, maybe very risky in the future. And then, of course, the improvement capability of farmers in coping the climate change, very important in the future. We should also promote the farmers and then promote the extension worker, so they have capability, so they could mitigate and adapting about the impact of the climate change, and then the practice agriculture will be survive in the future. This is very important issues. And then I will discuss about human resources. Very interesting data in Indonesia. Most of farmers, especially in the food crops, over 60 years old. You can see here. This is the food crops. But for plantation, for horticulture, it's okay. Young people still can enter in the business. But for food, especially for rice, for cassava, for corns, yeah, elder people still joining in agriculture. So maybe we should have proper strategy how to promote the young people to entering this business. Maybe organic rice and so on maybe will attract the young farmers joining in this business. And then also in terms of the education, this is also a problem. The largest proportion of education on only elementary school. So the problem age people and then low level of the education. So we should ask the graduate from the university, from vocational school to enter the business in agriculture, so maybe more productive. Only less than 1% of the diploma or university graduate joining in agriculture. Very sad story, even me as a professor, so very sad story. I don't know in Malaysia and the Philippines. Also the number of the extension staff, usually in the front line of the extension, they should guide the farmers. But if we compare the number of village and number of the staff, still the number of the staff is less than number of village. We have idea, one village, one staff of the extension, but in fact, still, maybe we need additional of 10,000 of the staff. But this is not easy also to recruit the staff in agriculture. Yeah, of course, government also trying to introducing about the climate change, field school and so on. This is also new strategy how to cope with the issue on climate change in the farming. And then I will skip this part. So many strategy already developed to mitigate the farming. And then I wrote in the tempo the how farmers adapting to the climate change, especially in Indonesia. And then some strategy already introduced, the commitment of the financial and then also supporting from extension staff, including the university. University should actively involve in this issue, because if there is no involvement of the university, it might be very hard for farmers to cope with the climate change impact. And then also the information, maybe some agency should provide information, and then we have get the new knowledge on coping with the climate change, and then also collaboration and synergy with many parties, government, university, maybe also international agency, private sector, community, and so on. So if we collaborate in the partnership mechanism, I think also very good idea in the future. Yeah, this is the situation. Maybe we also have transformation mechanism. If before the staff maybe periodically once in weeks, 2 times in months visiting the farmers, and then the second stage, the staff giving information quickly using smartphone. But currently, even the farmers starting to search information using smartphone, using some digital facilities. So maybe we should also promote in the future the young farmers to actively join in the activities. And then this university, UGM, initiated by Faculty of Agriculture, we starting from maybe 10 years ago, one application, how to connect the farmers, connect the extension staff, and connect the researchers in one application. So farmer can asking something, and then our researcher also can reply the information. And we also give information to the student every year. Thousands of students went to village under the community services program, and then we ask the student to bring this information to the farmer. So if farmer having problem, they can asking something using this application. But not so easy, because the literacy of the people in rural area also still low in terms of the information and communication technology. This is also our challenge in the future. And actually we have very nice data. I comparing before pandemic and after pandemic, we can compare. After pandemic, I think the access on ICT also increasing very much. We can compare the number of population in Indonesia 277, but number of mobile phone 370. It's mean maybe one people having two of mobile phones. So and then the number of people using internet also already 200 million, and then using the social media 191 million. So this is the good opportunity how to use ICT in promoting not only information, but maybe technology, assessing to the financial institution, assessing to the subsidy and so on. So if we could use this situation to promote agriculture, to promote food sector, I think very promising in the future. And yeah, starting in 2015, Indonesian government's launch, we call as the Dana Desa, we call as the village fund. Every village get 1 billion Indonesian rupiah every year. And this money actually very big for in average for Indonesian village. So a village in Indonesia could use this proportion of the fund for the agriculture, for the food production, I think also quite promising. So yeah, we do hope that village in Indonesia will utilize that big number of funds, not only for infrastructure, but currently only for infrastructure, but only for, but maybe not related to the physical infrastructure, but can be used for the community empowerment, for producing the crops, producing the food and so on. So this is also the opportunity to utilize greatly this type of fund. And then I try to identify the problems, production, distribution and consumption, so many problems, like a level of human resources, small scale, seasonal productivity, okay, I don't know Mas Tony to can help me to I should enlarge, but I don't know to. Okay, okay, I will. Yes. We have so many problems, not only in production aspect, but also on distribution and also on consumption. Of course, for consumption, Bu Nur Hasmah and Dr. Hera already explained, but at least I will briefly also, this one also, lack of credit access, extension, and then infrastructure and negative impact of climate change, as I already mentioned. And then distribution also, we have maybe 13,000 of island in Indonesia. We have 600 regency in Indonesia, so not so easy how to distribute rice, distribute food produced in Java, but we should send the food to Papua in eastern part of Indonesia. So very, very complicated. So the problem of the logistics system, transportation system also very complicated here. Less organized underdeveloped market, and then also for the consumption, highly depend on rice, even me, highly. Maybe we still consume close to 100 kilogram per capita per year. I don't know in Malaysia, in Philippines, but Japanese people already consume 70 kilogram per person per year. But we should also maybe reduce the number of rice consumption, so we can use the other source of the food in order to reduce the dependency on rice. Also, low level of food diversification, less developed local food. Actually, we have so many local food, but due to the improvement of the food processing industry, still very low here. Even some party already try to have some industry, but still. I think still lack of development of the food industry processing. So we can imagine if we have cassava only boils and then put the salts, so maybe not so interesting for young people. But if we process this cassava into brownies, into many type of the interesting food, maybe will be attractive for the young people. So maybe the homework, not only producing the material, but how to process this kind of local food, this kind of various crops in Indonesia into more attractive type of the food in the future. Okay, this is some tentative scenario how to solve the problems in distribution and consumption. Diversification is very important issue, public campaign also very important issue, and then also improving technical innovation on food processing. This is the very challenging. Maybe involving also people from medical science, people from the agriculture engineering and so on. So this is the challenging the left side, not only on supply, but also on processing, on transportation and so on. This is also very interesting scenario. Usually people only growing one commodity, but maybe we can try to propose the integrated farming. It means that farmers producing various type of crops. They produce the food crops, they produce the some trees and also some other type of crops, and then they raise the livestock, they also raise the fish and also process. It's mean also diversification of the income, diversification of the food. So in the future we should also maybe massively promoting this type farming system, integrated farming system. And then in many places I try to promoting this issue, experience economics. Because the other issue in agriculture usually low level of income. Because when we discussing about the paddy, we only discussing about the price of 1 kilo of rice. Maybe 14,000 Indonesia rupiah, less than $1 per kilograms. But actually when we producing the paddy, actually we can produce so many products. Yeah, including barns, including some other type, not only rice. And so far, we still utilize rice. So in the future, maybe we can develop like, maybe in the very easy imagination, for example, coffee. If we produce coffee, dried bean coffee can be sales maybe 25 kilograms per kilograms. If we process, yeah, maybe 150,000 per kilograms, and then if we using the branding and system, maybe like in Starbucks, we can produce 1 cup 30,000 of coffee, very famous coffee. But if we could experience economic, we inviting people in the village and then enjoying in picking the red bean of the coffee, and then drying and then cooking, one day, one night, serving some food, maybe people can afford 500,000 or 1 million in one day, in one night. This is equal to one big pack of the coffee. So maybe this is experience economic not only in coffee, but experience economic in rice, experience economic in cassava and so on. We can invite people enjoying the rural life and then enjoying land preparation, enjoying the tractor, enjoying harvesting and so on. So this is actually very promising if we could promote this situation, not only producing the commodity, but producing the experience. I think this is very promising in the future. Yeah, this is the situation in the coastal area. Yeah, farmers starting to use the coastal area. Before this is marginal area, and then by putting the manure, watering, regular watering, and then windbreaker and so on, after 4-3 years become like this. This is very nice, very productive farming system in coastal area of Yogyakarta. We also could promote this type of farming. And then I visited many times in Papua, eastern part of Indonesia, actually also very fertile. And now people in Papua also growing the sweet potato. Yeah. I imagine maybe in the future the center of sweet potato in Indonesia is Papua, because soil is very fertile and they can produce the sweet potato. And then maybe after processing, they can send sweet potato all of the Indonesia, maybe also for international market. Quite promising. And then, there is big river in Papua, and then we can use this river for watering this agriculture area. And then also people in coastal area also try to combining the coconut with the chili, and then in not so far from here in Sleman, people combining livestock. Catfish, catfish with paddy. So combining, in Indonesia we call as mina paddy, combining paddy and fish. This is also quite promising. We also producing carbohydrate and producing the protein. I think a good scenario maybe if we can combine some agriculture with some fish. And then even the gender issue very important. Maybe even young farmers, young talented farmer maybe also can join in agriculture, as the activity is quite profitable. And then in coastal area, there is very nice introduction of the system of marketing, auction market. Every 3 days, and then this auction market inviting farmers, and then collecting the product, and then inviting the buyer. The price of product become higher and higher because very competitive. So every buyers should compete each other in getting the product. So this is also innovation in the institution in agriculture. And then this is very interesting, also not so from here, maybe 2 hours from here in the Hali area. They produce the shallot, very nice, very Instagrammable, yeah, very nice. And then the problem is water, yeah. So in the future, we imagine that there is rain harvesting, harvest not only crop but rain. Water rain can be harvested, I mean collected into big pond, and then during the dry season they can use this rain water for irrigating the farming land. So if it happen, maybe they can grow salad not only 1 or 2 times a year, but they can grow 3-4 times a year instead of the rice. So this is also managing of water very important for food production in the future. Yeah, this one before is very simple, before only using soil and then using cement, using the geomembrane, and currently using electricity, but this is very risky because the deep well pumps is very risky, 100 meters, 60 meters, and then groundwater, this is very risky. And then, yeah, we imagine, my colleagues in Faculty of Agriculture try to arrange the system, but still this is the not realized, that's still the idea, how to promote the connected long storage system by collecting the rainwater here and then using the gravitification, and then there is no less energy and we can irrigating the agriculture area during the dry season. Hopefully in the future we can set up the system. Okay, yes, this is I think the last slide. Yeah, of course, discussing about the agriculture impossible without the involvement of many parties. This is partnership very important. Government agency, local governments, and then Ministry of Agriculture, and even Indonesian Central Bank. Of course, UGM already involved in very active in promoting the innovation to the people in the rural area. Yeah, I think that's all we can discuss if we still have time. Thank you very much, Mas Tony. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's very interesting actually to see it from the other side of food consumption, because for us, for myself as a dietitian and also lots of other nutrition and dietetic students here, we tend to see it from the other side of eating and consuming food instead of looking at how it's produced and how it gets back to us. And it's lots of surprising fact that Prof. Subhadjo shared with us, that producers of foods around the world actually have some sort of leverage and political power to control the rest of the world. Right. So we got a very short session for Q&A. So if you have any question to the 3 speakers that we have earlier, from Dr. Hera, Prof. Nur Hasma, and Prof. Subhadjo, you're welcome to put your hand up, and then I'll hand over the mic to you. Any question from the audience? Seems like people are getting a bit tired and looks a bit drowsy now. We'll have a break very soon, but if you have any question, any information that you'd like to clarify with our speakers, you're welcome to ask questions. Any questions? Yeah, surprisingly, Netherlands becomes the 2nd highest producer of food around the world. That's very, very good. Any question, guys? No? Not so far? All right. Okay, it seems like the audience has a very clear understanding now, much better understanding of what the speakers have said about the food security, and especially the information from Prof. Nur Hasma earlier. It's very important for the next journey of your course in the next few days, and also your practical session next week. Some examples that Prof. Subhadjo shared with us about the field activities that you'll be doing. You'll be seeing directly those examples of sustainable agriculture farming, and how this actually you can use the information that you get earlier today to solve the case studies that you'll be doing, especially around understanding food security and how we can assess them in the community level, and how we can address those issues from the various case studies you'll be receiving. Once again, let's give a big applause for all of our speakers. Thank you very much, Prof. Nur Hasma from Malaysia, Dr. Hera from Indonesia, from M.Kes, and Prof. Subhadjo from the Department of Agriculture, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And I think this is going to be the first break, a longer one for you, because earlier you had a very shorter break. You have a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll back here 50 minutes probably now, because it's already past 10. So we'll be back here by 1 o'clock. You have a lunch served outside, so you're welcome to get some lunch, and then go for prayers for those who are praying. And then after that, we'll head back here for the next session. Okay? Thank you very much again today, and let's have a quick break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Bu Hera. We'll see you again next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, so everyone, welcome back to the summer course 2024, and in a few moments we will join for the first panel of this summer course that will talk about foundations of food security and health. There will be 4 speakers, 3 from Indonesia and 1 from University of Groningen, Netherlands. So before I give the session to our moderators, I would like to inform you that some of pre-reading materials and some of presentation material has already been uploaded in your ELOC. So please make sure you join ELOC because there will be a lot of information regarding pre-reading materials, presentation materials, and also in the end of the course you have to finish the quizzes and also some of essays. Once again, ELOC will be used as one of the tools, the main tools to do the quizzes in the end of the course. You have period to doing the essays and also the quizzes start from June 28 until July 4th. Once again, you have time around 6 until 7 days to finish a lot of assignment that already been informed in the ELOC start from June 28 until July 4th, and I will inform later on your WhatsApp group. Okay, for the first panel, we will discuss about foundation of food security and health, and this session will be led by Ibu Yosefin Anandati Pranoto, S.Gz M.Sc from Department of Health Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. For around 2 hours, I will give the stage to Budati.
Okay, thank you, Mas Yopi, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? Good? I heard that you guys had a lot of fun with the live jam sessions, dancing, and everything. Hope it's been a pleasant break for you. And now we will start our first panel. And like what our MC said before, that we will learn more about the foundations about food security and health. So this first panel, we will learn about the basic or the foundation between food, nutrition, and also health status itself to kickstart everything. And also to remind everyone about the assignments that you guys will have to upload it in ELO. So please make notes, pay attention and participate actively later on the discussions. Without further ado, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. We can also show the slides of the panelists here while I'm narrating the topics. Okay, we will have 4 speakers. 3 of them will be here with us. We have Dr. Rio Jati Kusuma, S.Gz M.Sc. Please come and join us in front, Dr. Rio. Please give a warm welcome for Dr. Rio. Okay, so Dr. Rio will explain about the basic of biochemical mechanism of nutrients in the human body. And then after Dr. Rio presents his topic, we will also join by Bu Dian Caturini Sulistioningrum B.Sc M.Sc Ph.D. Please also join us here with us, and please give applause to Miss Dian. Miss Dian will give us an introduction and also further discussions about nutritional properties of indigenous foods and the molecular approach behind it. And the third speaker will be presented by Professor Dr. Dra. Sunarti, M.Kes. Please welcome Prof. Sunarti to join us here with the fellow panels. Later, Prof. Sunarti will give us topics about nutrigenomics approaches and mechanisms using functional foods to improve health status. And then our last but not least speaker will join us through Zoom meeting. We have Dr. Yori Ong DDS M.Sc Ph.D. from University of Groningen, Netherlands. Dr. Yori, are you here yet? Okay, not yet. Maybe later Dr. Yori will join us, but Dr. Yori will present a topic about oral health as a precondition for healthy nutrition. Each speaker will have about 30 minutes to present the topics, and then there will be a countdown here in front, and I will also remind you if needed when the time is up. And after all 4 speakers presented their topic, we will have a discussion sessions about 45 minutes. And please keep your questions and discussions for later, and also those that is joining via Zoom meeting can type their questions in the chat, and we can open it later on. So we will play the video for our first panel first to warm up everything. Please move your attention to the screen. Are you guys ready? One more time, applause for our panelists. And then we will start our first speaker from Dr. Rio. Time is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. So, how are you today? So, you're enjoying the break? Yeah, for today's sessions. Yeah. So, we will continue. For my topics today, it's about nutrient digestions and metabolisms. Actually, I think most of you have a basics science regarding the biochemistry, right? Or not? Or nutrition? Yeah. So today we will discuss about how our body digests the nutrients, and then how is it transported, and then how the body metabolism our nutrient in the body. So in the essence of nutrition, we know that we eat every day to get a nutrient from the food. But what is nutrient actually, and how our body process the nutrients, how the nutrients enter the blood circulations, and how they can produce energy, or they can build our muscle or our cells. And that's what we want to cover for these topics today. So this is the learning outcomes that all of you will get from my presentations today. So in the first one, you will understand the basic of human digestions, how the body digests the nutrients from the food, and then we have several nutrient transporters in our gut, and then how the nutrient transporter is specific for each nutrients, and then what enzymes that aid the nutrient digestions. And we also will discuss about the macronutrient metabolism. So we have carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and water. And last but not least, we will discuss about the interconnections among macronutrient metabolisms. So how the carbohydrates interact with the protein metabolisms or with the fat metabolisms. So we will start with this term. The human nutrition actually in our body, we have trillions of cells. Our body was made from trillion of cells that work together to keep us alive. So it's starting from our respirations, and then our digestive systems, immune systems, all of them are made from several or millions of the cells. And to keep us alive, these cells need to work together, but to make the cells work properly, they need nutrition. So what's nutrition actually? So nutrition is the process of transforming food into body tissues that provide energy for human life. So if we talk about nutrition, actually, we'll talk about how the body transforms the organic compound from the food, and the body will able to use that types of organic compound from the food to make energy and also for others functions to make us alive. So that's the definitions of the nutritions. And the questions is how our body process the nutrition or nutrient from the food. So actually we have been equipped with the digestive systems that has a main functions or main objective is to absorb or to make several nutrients from the food, and then to break down the nutrient from the foods in the complex form into the smaller form, so our body can absorb it. And if we talk about the nutrients that came from the food, there are actually 6 essential nutrients, including proteins, fat, carbohydrate, vitamins, mineral, and water. So there are 6 essential nutrients that our body needs to make our cells work properly. And each of these type of nutrients actually has a distinct mechanism or distinct functions. For instance, if we talk about carbohydrate, most of the carbohydrate compound from the food will be converted into an energy. And also fat is also has a similar function as carbohydrate, but interestingly, fat is not only producing energy, but also the fat has a significant functions for our cellular functions. So if we look into the palmitoylizations, which is the process, it's not only the biochemical process, but this is for essential for cell communications or cellular functions. They also use fat for their functions. And we also have heard before about vitamins, which are differ compared with the carbohydrate or fats, and minerals also. So each of these essential nutrients actually has unique functions for our body. And the body utilizes nutrients from food through several biochemical processes, starting from digestion through the metabolism. So all of these even actually we can call it the metabolisms of the nutrient metabolisms. And the digestions and the absorptions of the nutrient actually begin from our mouth. In the mouth, we have two important enzymes for digestions of carbohydrates and fat. We have the amylase, the alpha amylase, which is important in hydrolyzing the complex carbohydrates. So it will be converted into oligosaccharides, which is more smaller than the polysaccharides or the complex carbohydrates. And also we have the lingual lipase, which is really interesting because this lipase from our mouth actually provide around 30% of the fat digestions in the body. So if we look closely into the fat metabolisms, we previously known that the fat metabolism occur at the small intestine because we have the pancreatic lipase that digests the fats to convert triacylglycerol into monoacylglycerol and free fatty acids. But interestingly, starting from the mouth, we have the lingual lipase, that hydrolyzes around 30% of the fat from the food. So actually, the process of the lingual lipase, the digestion process of fat from lingual lipase is continue into our stomach because the range pH, the pH range for the lingual lipase is actually more acidic compared with the lipase that comes from our pancreas. And there are several types of enzymes that also aid for the digestions of the nutrients from the food. And most of the nutrient that has been digested will be absorbed into the small intestine with specific transporter for each nutrient. So we will discuss later what's the transporter of the nutrients. And this is just to remind you again about the enzyme. So what's enzyme? Because I talk about enzymes, but what is enzyme actually? So enzymes is a protein, and this is a bio catalysator. So it speeds up the reactions, biochemical reaction process in the body by lowering the activation energy. So if we drill enough into our drill deepen into our memory about the reactions process, we know that to make the reactions process happen, we need the free energy. Free energy, because this free energy will have we will get informations from the free energy whether these reactions can be occurred or not. And then secondly, we have the activations energy that also important for the reactions, biochemical reaction process to occur. So the enzymes actually work by lowering the free energy level for each of the biochemical reactions in our body. So it will speed up the reactions process in the body. And this is several enzymes in our digestion systems that has several or specific functions. For instance, in the mouth, we have alpha amylase, the lingual lipase. At the stomach, we have the pepsins and the stomach acids, or hydrochloric acids. And in the small intestine, most of the enzymes, enzymes that are important for food digestions present at the small intestines because this organ is important for digestions, food digestions, but also for the transport of the nutrients from our food. And how the absorption process happen for each nutrients. So we will discuss about the carbohydrate first. So we have, if we look closely into the carbohydrates actually present at food as polysaccharides or complex carbohydrates because these types of the carbohydrate is actually a polymer of monosaccharides such as glucose or fructose or galactose, for instance. And when the body wants to break down the polysaccharides, it requires specific enzymes because we have two types of the carbohydrates, which is the aliphatic carbohydrates and the branch carbohydrates, such as in glycogens. If we look into the glycogen structure, we have a branch carbohydrate. So it's not an aliphatic carbohydrates. So in the small intestine, we have several enzymes that can break down the branch carbohydrates and the aliphatic carbohydrates, and it will result in the monosaccharides or the monomer of the carbohydrates such as glucose, fructose, or galactose. And after we have the monosaccharides, the glucose, fructose, or the galactose, our enterocytes, so this is the cell of our intestine, we call it enterocytes. They are specific transporter for each of the monosaccharides present in our intestinal cells, or we call it enterocytes. And for the glucose and galactose, we have the sodium glucose transporter 1, which is, this is the energy dependent. So it will require ATP, hydrolysis of ATP, to transport the glucose and galactose into the inner cell. And also we have the fructose. We have the fructose. For the fructose, our body will transport the fructose from the intestine lumen into our cells by using the glucose transporter 5, or we call it GLUT5. Glucose transporter 5 is facilitated diffusions, so it's not similar with the sodium glucose transporter, which is the active process, which is required an ATP. And then after all of these monosaccharides enter our enterocytes, it will be transported into our blood circulations using the transporter, glucose transporter called GLUT2, glucose transporter 2. And this glucose transporter 2 is actually not specific for the monosaccharides. It's different compared with the sodium glucose transporter 1, which is specific only, it can only transport the glucose or galactose, because we know that the glucose and galactose is actually an isomer. We call it an epimer, epimeric isomer. So the transporter will be similar because it has a similar structure. But in the glucose transporter 2, because it has no specificity for the monosaccharides, it will transport all of the monosaccharides. So it's including glucose, galactose, also fructose. So the GLUT2 can actually transport all of the monosaccharides because it has a higher km. If we like kinetic for the enzyme kinetics, quite similar with the enzyme kinetics. The Michaelis-Menten equations, like the constant of the Michaelis-Menten equations. And after the carbohydrates enter our blood circulations, it will enter our liver. But interestingly, the glucose transporter, it's not only present at the intestine cells, but they also present at the our liver, skeletal muscle, and adipose tissue. Interestingly, these two types of the cells, the skeletal muscles and adipose tissue, the glucose transporter is not located at the plasma membrane of the cells, but it is located inside the cell. So if we want to transport glucose into these two types of the cells, we need insulin to translocate the glucose transporter called the glucose transporter 4, GLUT4. So it will be translocated into the plasma membrane, so the glucose can enter the cells. So this is the difference. When we compare with the our liver cell, they already have several glucose transporter attached into the plasma membrane. So they don't need insulin to transport the glucose into the liver cell. But what happened with the people or individual with the diabetes mellitus, with the diabetes? So is the insulin is important also for the liver? Yes. The insulin is important for the liver, but it's not for the transportations of the monosaccharides, but it has specific functions for developing the glycogens. Because when our body or the liver want to make glycogens, or we call the glycogenesis, it requires insulin to stimulate the process, especially for the enzymes that are important for the development of the branch carbohydrate. And this require insulin for their activations. So that's about the insulin's functions at the liver. And how about the protein? We already discussed about the carbohydrates, but how about the proteins? The proteins, actually, after our body digests the proteins, because the protein structure is almost similar with the carbohydrate in terms, they have a complex form. We call it the polypeptide. The polypeptide of the protein needs to be break down first into the amino acids or small peptide, such as D peptide or tripeptides. If the D peptide and tripeptide is the result of our hydrolysis process, the transporter for the D peptide and tripeptides actually occur by facilitated diffusions using peptide transporter 1 or PPT1, which is very specific for the peptide. But for the amino acids, we have several sodium dependent transporter. So it requires sodium for the transporter to be active. And this is the several transporter for the amino acids, such as BOAT1, broad neutral amino acid transporter, and EAAT3. So these are the transporter for the proteins. And next, how about fat? We know that fat is not soluble in water. Because fat is not soluble in water, So the digestions and also transportations of the fat require specific system, yeah, because this organic compound is not soluble in water, so we need to make it soluble. So how? Our body actually, our liver produces bile acids that will make this fat more soluble in water. We call it the micelles formations, yeah, from the fat metabolisms. So by the formations of the micelles, these enzymes, actually such enzymes from the lipase can be break down or hydrolyze the fat compound from our food. And the result of the fat hydrolysis, it's the non-esterified fatty acids or free fatty acids. We have the lysophospholipid, and also we have the monoacyl glycerol compounds. And in our intestinal cells, we also have several or specific transporters for each of these types. And then when all of these fat compounds enter our enterocytes, it will be converted into the chylomicron. The chylomicron is actually the lipoproteins, which only synthesize when we eat fat. So when we are fasting, for instance, our body did not make lipoprotein, in this case the chylomicron. So our body will not make chylomicron when we are fasting. Yeah. So when we are eating, for instance, 60 minutes ago, yeah, or 15 minutes ago, we already ate, yeah. So when we check our blood, there is still chylomicron in our blood circulations. But if we are fasting, for instance, 8 hours, we did not found any chylomicron in our blood circulations. Yeah. So what about the metabolisms? Yeah. As we know, the carbohydrates function is actually for the productions of the energy. Yeah. Although carbohydrate is the energy that are produced by carbohydrate is lower compared with the fat, but our body still needs carbohydrate, yeah, because several organs in our body will need only glucose for the energy source. For instance, our red blood cell actually, because they don't have the mitochondria, so but they still need the energy, yeah. For instance, the energy is actually important for our red blood cells, especially in regulating the oxygen transport from our body. Yeah. But because they don't have mitochondria, the energy, the red blood cells actually depend on the glucose, and the other organs that need glucose for their sole energy source, yeah, is our brain. Because our brain needs glucose. When we convert the source of energy from glucose into the fat, actually it will cause several problem for our brain. Yeah. And for the carbohydrate to be made into the energy, yeah, they first also need to be transported into the cells. Yeah. So they require insulin, yeah, to transport the glucose into the cells. So, and this is the downstream insulin signaling for the translocations of the GLUT4 to be happened into the skeletal muscle or for the adipose tissue. And next, the metabolic pathway for energy productions. In each of the cell, the glucose will be trapped first. Yeah. So we call it the glycolysis process. And the first step of this glycolytic pathway is actually to trap the glucose. How? The glucose need to be attached with the phosphate first. So in the first step, or the first step of the glycolysis, the ATP must be hydrolyzed. Yeah. So the free phosphate can be attached into the glucose. And when once the phosphate group bind into the glucose will not be able to transport it back into our blood circulations. So that's the first step of the glycolysis, is the glucose trap by using the ATP. Yeah. And then we will undergo several biochemical process, starting from the breakdown of the 6 carbon of the glucose into 3 carbon of the pyruvate, and then after that conversion of the pyruvate into the acetyl-CoA, and then afterward the acetyl-CoA will enter the Krebs cycle. And these steps is actually important just for the productions of these 2 types of the molecule, the NADH and the FADH. The NADH and the FADH is important because it will be converted into the ATP in the mitochondria by a process called electron transport chains. So the NADH and the FADH that has a free electron, the electron will be transported into several complexes in the mitochondria membranes. Yeah. And the process, the transport of the electron will generate the energy, and the energy will be used for pump the proton outside the mitochondria, and then it will be transported back to produce the ATP.
Dr. Rio, the time is almost up.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the metabolism of the protein, but this is important, especially for the lipoprotein metabolisms in the human body, but I don't have enough time to explain about this pathway actually. And this is the interconnectivity among macronutrient metabolisms. Yeah. So there is a link between the carbohydrate metabolisms, proteins, and fat metabolisms in our body, and based on this interconnectivity between these 3 major or macronutrients, the nutritions like how we eat, the proportions of the carbohydrate that we eat, on the protein that we eat, on the fats that we eat, is actually based on this interconnectivity among the carbohydrates, fats, and protein metabolisms. So that's it for my presentations today. So thank you for your attentions. Thank you, and I will return to.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rio. Later we will discuss more back with Dr. Rio after all the presenters already present their topics. Now after we heard from Dr. Rio, we understand better about what happened to foods after we consume them, and it's also remind us why it is important to actually meet our nutrient requirements to sustain our health. Okay, we will move on to our second speaker. So Dr. Dian, with Dr. Dian, we will delve into the indigenous food and its nutritional properties. Dr. Dian, the time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Okay. How are you? I know it's a critical time. You just had your lunch, right? So you're a little bit in the borderline of getting sleepy, and if you slouch, it'll make you also sleepier. So could I ask you to sit up straight? Because I know it's at least fake until you make it, right? Yeah, so even if you don't feel like being here, so at least hopefully in the next few minutes, I'll take you on the journey of talking about the nutritional properties of indigenous foods. And because today's panel is about the fundamentals, so we'll talk a little bit about the molecular approach. It's not my favorite subjects, but we'll go do it nonetheless. So I'll take you the first topic about that. So today, hopefully by the end of today's session, I'll introduce to you a little bit about the concept of the planetary health diet. If you have gotten your pre-quiz, I'm not sure if they have, I threw out some questions about planetary health diet, and then we'll talk about locality and seasonality. Just to give you a little bit of background, if you had read my CV, I'm a nutritional scientist by training, so I'm a nutritionist as well by healthcare professionals. But throughout my training, the food system it's always a touch within my healthcare professional training as well. So hopefully I will be able to also encourage you to look at it from a more holistic approach if you are a healthcare professional or someone who's studying agriculture and whatnot. And because we're looking at the nutritional aspects, so I will also talk about nutritional properties of local food ingredients. I'm a born foodie. I like to eat. I know a lot of us also like to eat. I'm not sure how many of you arrived in Indonesia prior to meeting you today, but I like all types of food. So I will draw relevance to Indonesian cuisine, but I will also touch on some of the other types of food, local food to other parts of the world. You're free to also make any comments later on when we have the Q&A sessions. And without a doubt, there are barriers and challenges as well to promoting a food system that is pioneering locality and seasonality. And this should be a concern of everyone, regardless where we live. So hopefully, by the end of this session, you'll be triggered at least with some of the things that I will share with you today. And finally, I will also talk about improving the quality of indigenous foods, looking at, yes, we're looking at a molecular approach, but looking at more into what can be done, what is already being done, and what are some of the potential gaps that we can fill with current technology that we have. So we'll start with planetary health diet. Who has heard of this terminology before today? Can I see a show of hands? No? Well, that's great. So at least I have some homework to do. So when we talk about planetary health diet, as a nutritionist, usually the training focus more a lot about what food is good for our body. It's very self-centered of us as human species to think about it that the benefit is only pertaining to us. When we talk about food system, we must not disregard where the food comes from. And that's what sort of the other arm of fulfilling a healthy diet is also being concerned about how the food is being produced. Okay, so I'm not sure if you look at today's menu and whether you, how you eat also follow about the planetary health diet. Maybe you can recall what you had for lunch. Was it looking like you had a lot of plant-based foods on your plate? Or was it a lot of carbohydrates, what Dr. Yo was just talked about? Now you can think back and recall. Some of you might have taken some photos, right? A lot of us, we would like to take pictures of foods before we eat, right? You can have a look. How's your plate looking at? Did you have a lot of plant-based foods on your plate? Or was it like a lot of carbs, the way the Indonesian eats, or at least I guess the Malaysians get attached to this as well, right? We like to put our carbs first, and then we'll put sprinkle of veggies on top, correct? Yes. So that's, first of all, is not actually healthy for us. But second of all, if it's a lot of meat-based foods, that also is the kind of productions of food that is not sustainable. It's not going to be sustainable for a long time. So do you think that we have an unlimited source of food? No, we don't. So we have to start thinking collectively about how we go about that. So when you eat, I like this picture right here, you also have to think about how you eat is affecting the Mother Earth, right? And even though I'm from a nutritional science background, and technically I should only be focused about how the food is affecting the person eating, but that's not a solution actually that would be sustainable for a long run, okay? All right, so the goal of the planetary health diet is actually two things. For us to be able to sustain a food system that would be good for a long term, that is healthy for us, but also good for the planet, right? So technically, when we talk about healthy diets, it should be a diet that is optimizing our health, defined broadly as being a state of a complete physical and mental and social well-being. And there's a lot of issues pertaining to degenerative diseases that have been caused by how we eat, not what we eat. Have you ever noticed that you eat unconsciously? You might be scrolling on your Instagram. And do you know, by mindlessly looking at things, that how your gut, the way it responds to your brain, is very much delayed. So the next thing you know, oh, I'm still hungry, and you just finished a plate of food. Why? Because you ate unconsciously. You don't pay attention how many times you chew, you don't pay attention what actually you're looking at on your plate. Your sensory, how you look and how your brain perceives, is completely disconnected. You know, so we need to be able to overcome that a lot more. And healthy diets, I think Dr. Rio has touched a little bit based more about micronutrients and a balance of carbohydrates and protein and fats. Have you heard about things like the keto diets? You probably have heard. And it's all about eating no carbs, but a lot of fats. Yes? But do you know what is the misleading things about that? They ate a lot of trans fats. So let's just name some names, right? They just eat a lot of chicken wings and, you know, like lots of fried chicken from McDonald's and call that a keto diet, right? And it's completely wrong for all the right reasons, right? So because how it's being produced, where it comes from, the type of it's being eaten, and when we talk about the planetary health diet, it's not hitting all the marks that we just talked about, right? So we need to be thinking about collectively and holistically about what we consider healthy foods and healthy diets. So when we talk about diet, it's two things. It's how much and what kind. So how much you take and the kinds of food you're eating, right? So that's talking about the calorie intake, and technically if we talk about the healthy diets and also abiding to the planetary health diet, we also should consider the source of proteins and fats, and it should be low in animal source of foods and contains lots of unsaturated fats, not saturated fats. So saturated fats looks like things like butter. So if you eat a lot of butter, you pretty much congeal at room temperature, right? So, you know, something to consider as well. And limited amounts of refined grains, and we seem to be eating a lot of sugar. Let me rephrase that. We seem to be drinking a lot of sugar. We have a lot of sugar, sweetened beverages in our diet. So without realizing it, we're actually drinking the sugar in our diet just by gulping instead of eating. So that makes it even more higher content of sugar in our diet. I'm not going to go into detail, but when we talk about sustainable food production, we should consider about things like climate change, cropland use, water use, fertilizer use, as well as biodiversity. You know, things like, do you know that rice don't actually look white? Do you? There's actually brown rice, there's actually wild rice. Probably we don't know. And we think that all carrots look orange. Do you know that there are purple or carrots? Yes, some of us do, some of us don't, because what is available in the market just looks one thing, right? Because there's no biodiversity. And from the perspective of nutritional sciences, biodiversity is as important as what is contained in the food itself. Okay, this is from my recent trip to Nusa Tenggara Timur, which is an island that we shared with East Timor. I was there as an invitation from the Faculty of Medicine and Veterinary Medicine. So they actually put the same faculty of the two healthcare professionals, which is interesting because of the concept of the One Health. Because of the whole rise of zoonotic disease, so disease that comes from the animals, they also could get to the humans. So the faculty is actually within one. So I was invited because Nusa Tenggara Timur is one of the highest number of prevalence of kids who are malnourished. And I thought, oh, I wonder why. And I went there and I went to the central market. This is a night market. And there's plenty of food. Can you name some of the ones on here? This is the flower of banana. Yeah, this one is cassava leaves. Next to it is pumpkin leaves. So there's lots of sources of plant-based foods. So I always want, like, what's the problem? And look at here, there's white rice. This is just on the local road on the side of the street. People just be selling fish by the sticks all over. So I'm thinking there's a lot of food. Why is there a lot of malnourished kids? Or so they say. So that I find that quite interesting, right? So the potentials of indigenous foods as a local food hero is huge. I'm speaking from Indonesian experience, and we have foods abundantly. There's a lot of food. So why do we have a lot of malnourished kids? Let's dig deeper into it, right? So there's a lot of things that, because this is a molecular approach, so I have to talk about the details about nutritional content. So what is in the fruits and veg? I often go to the community and give a lot of nutrition counseling. Mothers often come to me and be like, my kids don't like veg. You know, first question I ask, do you like veg, ma'am? And a lot of the time, they don't. So they accuse the kids of being picky eater, but they themselves are picky eaters. Because the habits of eating fruits and vegetables actually do get passed down. You know, it's how we study a lot with a lot of my undergrad students. Dietary patterns is influenced by how the parents are having, you know, meals together and things like that. So I just like to highlight with you, I'm sure you have heard it often again and again, that you need to eat your food, veg and fruits and whatnot. Just to give you a perspective, because fruits and vegetables contains a lot of vitamins and minerals that are water soluble. Dr. Rio spoke about fat soluble nutrients, and a lot of fruits and vegetables contain water soluble nutrients. And what happens is we don't keep them in our body. Once we have fulfilled the daily requirement, we need to get rid of them in our urine. Hence, we need daily consumption and intake of this micronutrients is what we call them. So they don't give us energy like carbohydrates, fat, and protein would, but they are involved in a lot of functions in our body, right? So these are some of the things I'm not going to read out to you. You have these slides. That's what I like to highlight, the importance of fruits and vegetables. But what I would like to highlight is when we eat fruits and vegetables according to the season, it encourages the type of dietary patterns that endorses local foods. And if we do that collectively, it will also be more sustainable for all of us. One of the things that I like to do when I travel abroad is go to the farmer's market. That's my favorite things to do. Because every season is different, every place is different. And I think, and I can only speak for the Indonesians, is that we take it for granted for what we have. We want mango when it's durian season, and we want durian when it's dragon fruit season. We just the nature of human nature, right? We just like what we don't have and we can't obtain. We just like to pay more than what we actually need. And that's not sustainable. So next time you want something, don't go to the supermarket. Go to the fruit stall by the side of the road and don't haggle or bargain, okay? Just give them what they want. They're probably their profit margin is so small, you know, so by you purchasing something from them is really helpful. So next time, wherever you go and wherever you come back to your home country, if you haven't already done so, explore that. Explore about eating according to the season, you know. So I think for us in the 2-season countries, it's a bit irrelevant, but a lot of you that comes from a 4-season places, this is completely relevant. There are summer fruits that you get lots of berries, and then you get some shades veggies in the winter time. And a lot of the time, people cook according to whatever is available. It's more economical, like it's cheaper, yes, absolutely, and it has its highest nutrient content as well. Why? Because you don't have to freeze it, or you don't have to import it. If you live in Europe, you don't have to import it from Asia, for instance. You know, so it has a shorter time travel, right? So that's what we highlight out of that. So encouraging seasonality, encouraging sustainability would also lead to accessibility. And this is relevant when we talk about those malnourished kids in Nusa Tenggara that I was telling you about. So if their only available access to protein is fish, then fish it is. You know, we can't be telling them to be eating, you know, meat when they only preserve meat at big social events. You know, we have to work with what is available. And same hopefully with us, and hopefully inspiring you to do so from here on. But endorsing local foods, which encourages sustainability, it doesn't come seamlessly. Obviously, it has some barriers and challenges, you know, which come in different aspects, whether it's from the producers or how it's being distributed. But I guess what I like to touch base upon today is how it's being processed and how can technology be increasing its shelf life and availability. So there's huge potential of indigenous foods. We must first understand what their nutritional properties are. And research has shown, and there's a lot of studies that actually have done extracting foods and getting its nutritional properties, and it's $1 billion business in some places, which is nutraceuticals. So it's not foods, it's not medicines. And even all Food and Drugs Administration all over the world has a branch of nutraceuticals to get the regulations about that. And then we'll talk and touch base briefly about fermentation, which is a type of actually a traditional way of preserving foods in increasing its shelf life, but also increasing its nutritional properties. And we'll talk about some foods invention as well. So how do we understand about nutritional properties of local foods in particular? And again, highlighting Indonesian context. Have you guys heard about quinoa? It's from Latin America. Based, I think it's Bolivia, and I think the Bolivian now cannot actually eat them because they're way too expensive for them to buy. What is once a local foods is no longer accessible to the local people, right? And surprise, surprise, in Indonesia, we actually has a crop that is quite similar to it. It's called sorghum in the left side. Who has had sorghum in their life before? I'll raise my hands. I had a popcorn sorghum once. Have you seen it? It's really cute. It's a small version of the corn popcorn that you would have seen. It's actually about a third of the size of that, and it's actually quite available and delicious and locally produced in West Kulon Progo, just a few kilometers west of Jogja. So there's a lot of foods that are potentially has a lot of protein content and high, rich in nutritional, but we don't know about them because either they're not available in the market or we just don't know they are good for us. We don't know their nutritional properties and potential of them. So again, looking at white rice and sorghum or brown rice. And you know, I often heard when new mother become the first time mother, They're so excited about introducing complementary feeding to their kids. They want the best and highest quality without pinching their pennies, right? But the reality is they don't know much about that. So they go, oh, I can't afford salmon. What am I going to give my kids? Well, salmon is not native to Indonesia. Salmon doesn't go from Australia to Indonesia through the Indian Ocean. Like, they'll die. You know, they're native to West Pacific Northwest of Canada or the Atlantic, which is the Atlantic salmon. So why bother buying them? They're expensive and they're not local to us. There's a lot more alternative to it. You know, we got sardines, we got some of the river fish that are rich in oils as well. So we can utilize them. Again, using locality with highest nutritional content and properties without a, you know, it's making it a lot more accessible as well. And tempeh. I mean, all the Indonesians, I'm sure, have had tempeh. What about you who are not from here? Have you had tempeh? Yes? Okay, not so great. Oh, I got some thumbs up, that's great. Not so much from others? Okay, well, tempeh has a potentially really good source of protein as well, and it's fermented. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then again, lots of veggies that is not typical what you find in the supermarket. You know, some of the cassava and papaya leaves. I know some of you think might be bitter, but actually with good cooking, it doesn't leave any of the bitterness. So one of the ways we can obtain the optimum source of nutrients in foods is through extracting its potent chemicals. You know, and it's called, this area of study is called nutraceuticals, and it's deriving food things from food sources that has additional benefits. And you must have heard about it. You know, things like turmeric, green tea, ginseng, echinacea, omega-3. There's a lot of them. And I'll just give you one example, which is turmeric. You probably have heard about it. Those who are from the sub-Saharan Asia use a lot of it. Typically, us in the Southeast Asian is fresh, but that part of the world is usually dried. And it gives that golden, beautiful golden color, right? And it actually has some properties called curcumin, which has some of the anti-inflammatory properties. So it's been studied. It's related to reducing risk of inflammation in the blood vessels and a lot of things. And because of that reason, it has been extracted for its content and be used for supplements and whatnot. So that's one of the ways to obtain the benefit of nutritional contents and properties from local foods. The next thing is some of the ways where traditionally we can actually preserve some of these foods to maintain its nutritional properties. And these are traditional things that have been done for centuries. Things like drying, preserving in oils, and fermentation. These are just some examples of bonito flakes. Who likes them? We add them on our udon, right? I like them too, with plenty of them, with some seaweed, dried seaweed. This is umeboshi, right, which is a fermented plum. And then in the areas of Europe, we've got some herring fish being pickled or put in oils. And then again, sun-dried tomatoes. So a lot of these methods have been done and to preserve nutrition contents for centuries. And what I like to highlight, one of the ways we can do this is through fermentation. Studies recently have shown more and more that the way our gut health is really a precursor to a lot of things. Our risk for degenerative diseases and how we recover quickly from infections and sickness and things like that. So we do want to eat a lot of fermented foods. Tempeh itself is fermented soybeans, which is similar to natto. Who likes natto? Which is a Japanese fermented. Oh, you haven't done it the right way. I've tried it 3 times. The 3rd time was a charm. So you just have to prepare it well to be able to enjoy it. It's actually, it has lots of umami taste. So don't be put off by its slimy texture. If you don't like sliminess, then this might not be for you, but it has really high macrobiota contents, really good for us. Things like kimchi is also another way where a lot of cultures for centuries have done it for preservation purposes, but now we learn that the microbiota for these foods is actually really good for our gut. Why is this good? It's actually improving digestibility of the foods itself. So a lot of things have been broken down, like what Dr. Rio was talking about earlier on, especially the carbohydrates, the polysaccharides is actually being broken down. It's easier to digest. And also what's interesting is that it increases the bioavailability of a lot of micronutrients, iron especially, calcium, zinc, as well as vitamins, and also improves antioxidants activity. So that's sort of part of the benefits. This is just
Dr.
to highlight.
Kindly reminder, 5 more minutes.
Thank you. So the benefits of fermented foods is that keeping the balance of the good and the bad bacteria in our gut. And if we don't have a good balance bacteria, what happens is what's so-called the dysbiosis, which is the imbalance of bacteria in our gut, could lead to a lot of subsequent consequences that could be a precursors to a lot of degenerative disease. So drink your yogurt, eat the tempeh. If you are eating Korean food, have the kimchi. If you are wanting to try the natto, give it a try because the fermented food is good for us. This is just to highlight that what we eat connects directly to our brain and vice versa. For those of us that goes through periods every month, do you notice any change of mood and any change of food preference? Yes, I see a lot of nods. Some of the guys were nodding as well. Do you have a sister, or maybe he's like looking, oh, was that me? Well, maybe he has a sister or a good close friends who maybe the mood swing also impacts them. That's right, because how our mood is impacts the way we eat and vice versa. What we eat also impacts our mood. So next time you're going through or about to go your PMS, make sure if you know that there is a hormonal swing, make sure you take care of your gut. Don't eat a lot of salt. Why? Because it retains some water. Don't eat a lot of sugar because that's just a sugar craving, but do eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, right? And also eat a lot of fruits that contains minerals that is good for your muscle. So things like bananas that contains potassium, so that's really good for you. It's a lot of probiotics because it will help ease your digestion as well, right? So these are the things that you can do because it helps as well with your mood. So if you can't take care of the mood, at least take care of your gut because it will help you to take care of your brain as well. Okay, so these are just because of this the time. I'm not going to go into details, but these are some of the example of fermented foods that you can have access to. Nowadays, we can get this food from everywhere. It doesn't have to be at one place. And each has relevant to each culture. So you can pick and choose which one you actually like. And how do we improve the quality of our indigenous foods? Recent invention has been quite creative. I think Dr. Rio has done also some research in fortifying some of the tempeh, some of the yogurt drinks and whatnot with iron. And it's very interesting because not only that we get the benefit from the fermented foods itself, but again, the absorption of the fortified nutrients that we put in it also be helped with the fact that it's being put in the fermented foods, as opposed to consuming it as a supplement alone, which is very interesting. So there were some studies that has been done and looking at fortification of fermented foods using local wisdom, local foods that also be helpful to solve some of the issues, especially in Indonesia. We have a lot of cases of iron deficiency anemia, especially in women of reproductive age. So this is the kind of things that is appropriate for Indonesia and appropriate for the health nutrition issue that we're dealing with. All right, so I think I'm good with time, so I'll slow down a little bit. So this is the last slide. I'm hoping by today's session, these are some of the take-home messages that I'd like you to hopefully get, that it's important to understand the potential of indigenous foods, and that's talking about local foods, and maybe perhaps this is something that you can reflect on, some of the local foods that you are very close to. You can think about them, how consuming them can contribute to healthier population and a much better food system, endorsing sustainability as well as eventually to food security. Recognizing the nutritional properties of indigenous food should also be encouraged in all levels. I think one of the readings that I gave you is from the Eat Lancet about how you can actually make a difference when you look at or applying or at least use some of the reference of the planetary health diet. So I already add that on your reading materials. As well as healthcare professionals like myself, how can I be actively involved in this? Food system regulators, as well as how food inventions, I know some of you are from the Faculty of Agriculture, right? So how you can highlight the nutritional properties in pushing boundaries and how this kind of inventions should be supported. And finally, we all have a role in this. You, me, everyone, we all have each of the pieces of this puzzle in it. So yeah, so hopefully that's sort of give a little bit of refresher to you. And I think with that, you can email me. I also have an Instagram that is not private account. So you can follow me there too, and we can chat, share. If you eat somewhere delicious, I'll be in KL in early August. So if you can drop in some food records, let me know. So that's it. Thank you. So I'll give it back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dian, for the eye-opening presentation and also a very strong take-home messages. We will continue to the third material and speaker. We will have Professor Dr. Dr. Sunarti M.Kes, and the time is also 30 minutes. Prof. Sunarti, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you can give applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So, after you learn about the digestion, absorption, and also what's important of the food for health, I introduce about the nitrogenic of fruit and mechanism using functional food to improve the health status. Okay, what is the nutrigenomic? Nutrigenomic is the sorry, this learn about the how the person gene and diet will be interacts, and this nutrigenomic online is the genomic, proteomic, and metabolic effect of the nutritional deficiency or maybe also the toxicity. From nutrigenomic perspective, nutrient as a signal or maybe also in the sensor that direct certain cell to undergo metabolic changes to determine the outcome of a healthy or diseased individual. Okay, and the varying cell sensor pattern toward the particular diet is known as the dietary signature, and that can be exploited for the thoroughly function food and also precision nutrition. Okay, sorry. Okay, so nutrition influence the gene expression through the several pathway. If we see here, nutrition such as the flavonoid, vitamin, amino acid, fat, and other compound. This can act as a ligand and will combine with the transcription factors, so will be influence the gene expression. And the other hand, nutrition also can be metabolized with the secondary pathway on the primary pathway, and this metabolite product will be also can influence the cell signaling, and we know the cell signaling also can influence the gene expression. And the other pathway, nutrient also can directly influence the cell signaling and therefore also can influence the gene expression. And so modification of the signal transduction pathway can modulate the nutrition metabolism affecting gene expression. And we can see here the gene expression modification will be influence some pathway in some organ. For example, the musculoskeletal, liver, and pancreatic cell, and also in this hypothalamus, and also in the adipose tissue. Thereby in this process, all can regulate the glucose metabolism. So nutrient have many pathway to influence the health, and this very important to learn about this pathway. So if we learn about nutrigenomics, so everyone, sepertinya ini PPT-nya keliru ya Mas, bukan yang ini ya Mas. Okay, so nutrigenomics usually investigated interaction between nutrition and host genome through omic technologies. In the level genomic, this nutritional genetic will be examination the sorry, this the slide is may be changed with the other slide. So if we take some nutrient, for example, as bioactive such as the flavonoid, so the flavonoid will be metabolized. Also the flavonoid as region, and also can influence the signal transduction, and will be in fact in the gene expression. And we know the gene expression is very important to produce the protein. And we know there are many functions of the protein, such as Dr. Rio said, all enzyme is protein except the nucleotide enzyme, DNAs and RNAs. Okay, and then also some hormone. We know hormone is very important for regulation of the metabolism, and this some also protein such as insulin, glucagon, cortisol, and etc. Okay, we continue this. Okay, in the genomic fat level, nutritional genetic examining the interaction between genomic variant and also in the diet. And for the transcriptomic is the study of the transcriptome. What is this? A complete set of RNA transcript that are produced by the genome under special circumstance. And proteonomic is the measurement of protein in the biological sample, and it's comprise the identification and quantification of the protein. And metabolites is the identification and quantification of the metabolite in the sample also. Okay. And if we learn about the transcriptomic, this will be helpful to understand the gene relation to the diet pattern and cope with the various dietary related issue. A study report that the calorie restriction at the rodent affect the transcription of the cytochrome P450 gene in the liver. We know that this cytochrome is very important and can be used as the biomarker for food component that significantly affect the energy utilization. And this calorie restriction also affect in the protein expression in the liver. For example, this enzyme NAP activated kinase protein. This will be a hand which was positively correlated with the expansion of the lifespan. So the metabolic is most robust tool in food and research and nutrition research. Okay, so various studies report that the changing in global expression due to various dietary interference like the malnourishment, fasting, overnutrition, and also intake of the particular dietary component. And we see here various nutrition such as flavonoid, vitamin, amino acid, fat, and other nutrients. This can act signaling molecule that control various mechanism leading to formation of the functional of protein or metabolite. And again, there are many functions of metabolite, yeah, like neurotransmitter and also transporter and etc. So if there are changing in the gene expression, so the protein maybe the function protein on the metabolite also will be changed, and this will be have impact in our health. Okay. And nutrition we approach to indigenous fruit ingredient. So nutrigenomic technology is used to develop new foods ingredient to maintain normal cell activity. And nutrigenomic understanding encourage functional food. Develop innovation to determine the optimal intake and upper limit of the functional food or dietary supplement that provide health benefit. What is the functional food? Functional food usually is food or food ingredients that are modified so that can be provide the health benefit beyond the traditional nutrition that they contains. Okay, we can see here. So there are many functional food. This is the functional food based on the plant and this from animal. So for example, for the animal, there are if we discuss about the fat. So if we discuss about the fat on the benefit of the fat for health, we must mention two kinds of the fat. First is short chain fatty acid and the long chain fatty acid. And the second is saturated fatty acid or unsaturated fatty acid. Okay. For the long chain fatty acid, usually to absorb must be make the micelle. This is very difficult to oxidize. So the oxidize of the long chain fatty acid usually will be produced intermediate ketone body, and this can use us for the energy short. But for short chain fatty acid, this very simple absorption because this only diffuse in the simple diffuse, and this very easier oxidize to produce the energy. So the short chain fatty acid usually will be prevent the metabolic syndrome, but for the long chain fatty acid is the risk for the metabolic syndrome, especially related with cardiovascular and diabetic. When we get the short chain fatty acid we can get from the fish usually is and also we can get short chain fatty acid also from the colonic bacterial fermentation of the fiber. So the fiber is very important. The fiber have many functions for our health. Okay. Okay, and also the probiotic this is the bacteria that can ferment the prebiotic. Then prebiotic usually is fiber or maybe also in the resistant starch like this. Okay, and if we see the bioactive in the plant, there are maybe most is antioxidant, yeah. And this like in the tomato there is lycopene and also there are ascorbic acid and anthocyanin. Antioxidant is also very important for our health because antioxidant can prevent the damage organ from the oxidative stress like this. And we know that oxidative stress or oxidation substance in our body will be induce some disease or some disturbing metabolism. So the function of food provide good health and lowers the risk of the disease. And this functional food commonly as a nutraceutical or designer food. The functional food contain very less amount of biological active compound, very less amount. Why? Because this in high concentration not good for health, but in this in small amount is very important. So in nutrigenomic will be learn about the effect of the nutrition on the gene expression, and the result of research nutrigenomic result usually can as a basic to improve the functional food or maybe the nutraceutical. So this final functional food will have benefit effect, and we can see call this a functional food if this food has been studied in the rodent model and also in clinical study. Like this. Gak bisa. Okay, okay. The functional food are classified into three categories. The first is the conventionally used food. This food have not undergone any modification and appear as a whole, such as vegetable, fruit, fish, grain, that have potent have benefit. For the second classification is modified food. This have been enriched or fortified by the specific nutrition in order to promote the health benefits such as maybe calcium, antioxidant, and other such as fiber and also fatty acid and saturated fatty acid like this. And food ingredient usually is the prebiotic. The most common of prebiotic inulin and also oligofructose, such as fructo-oligosaccharide, phos, galacto-oligosaccharide, GOS, and trans-galacto-oligosaccharide is TOS. Okay. Unsaturated fatty acid is very important for our health because some study report that the benefit of this fatty acid. For example, this study report that the supplementation of eicosapentaenoic acid and also dexohexaenoic acid alter the gene expression of gene involved in the antioxidant response, detoxification, and also inflammation by activating this protein. This usually is the transcription factors, yeah, NF-E2L2, and also inhibiting the this NF-κB via the activating of the PPR, and this also in the study in this, yeah, this TLR4, and this also related with the expression of the GVR receptor GV120. So this fatty acid alternate expression gene, and that related with the antioxidant, detoxification, inflammation, also the lipid metabolism. For the lipid metabolism, this very important to prevent the cardiovascular disease. Okay, and the other studies shown that this EPA and also DHA reduce the triglyceride level by reducing VLDL, very low density lipoprotein, and also de novo lipogenesis. De novo lipogenesis is synthesis of the lipid from not lipid, for example, from fructose and also glucose and etc. This will be inhibit this process by inhibition the GAAT. And the other hand, this fatty acid also increase the fatty acid beta oxidation, so can reduce the hepatic delivery of NEFA, non-esterified fatty acid, and increase also hepatic lipoprotein synthesis rather than triglyceride. Triglycerides respond to the supplementation of fatty acid omega-3, which will be interact with some gene or some genotype. This are related with the single nucleotide polymorphism. And this gene mainly is NOS, nitric oxide synthase, and also CD36, and also the lipotoxin alpha, or we usually call this TNF beta. Okay, this my studies. We make the functional food, and we use fiber cream contain the immomalto oligosaccharide as a functional food ingredient, can reduce hyperlipidemia and risk of the cardiovascular disease in subject in hyperlipidemia. We see here this the functional food contain the fiber cream IMO will reduce the LDL, low density lipoprotein, and also the triglyceride, and this can reduce the cardio risk ratio until 10.66%. Okay. However, the effect of this functional food is depend on the genetic individual. Okay, if we see here on the individual that with carrying the T allele, this reduce of this ratio will be more than the other individual that bring the homozygote genotype CC. This also, this in the variant of the receptor low density lipoprotein RS6XX, and this for the variant Sp.BA RA70X272. So this individual with the allele B2 is more benefit more have the benefit from this IMO cookies. Why IMO can reduce the cholesterol and also triglyceride? Because IMO usually as the water soluble fiber, and water soluble fiber can make the bolus in the stomach more bigger. So this will be inhibit the gastric emptying. It means can also reduce the rates of the digestion and absorption. In other hand, this because water soluble and this fiber or IMO can also trap the bile acid, and the bile acid very difficult to reabsorb again by in the intestinal. So the bile acid will be through way or excretion by the feces. And this reduce of the reabsorption and bile acid will be stimulate the liver to synthesize the bile acid from the cholesterol from in the circulation. So this can reduce the cholesterol in the circulation and also can reduce the cardio risk ratio. Yeah. And this the other study shown that the omega-3 fatty acid supplementation can also increase the expression of the mRNA of the oxidant-related gene, for example, superoxidimustase, catalase, and glutathione peroxidase in the muscle and also in the intestine. If we see here, in the muscle, usually in this very different, depend on the dose of this supplementation. But in this intestine, this usually is not very different between the answer between dose. Yeah. And not only related with this antioxidant, but this fatty acid also related reduce the inflammation by reducing cytokine for inflammation, and also this related with the mRNA expression of the ALPAC related gene and mTOR. The fatty acid is very important. However, different omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acid has the divergent metabolism function. Okay. Individual genome and diet interaction are related to relevant to the development of the individual dietary advice. We know the diet is a complex interaction of the food, nutrient, and also the non-nutrient component. So if there are changes, one or more the component of the diet will be affect the overall effect on the person diet. And metabolism and the genome diet interaction occurs in the contact cellular and also in the individual metabolism. There are many issues must be learned more related with this effect of the interaction of the genome with the diet. For example, this related with epigenetic. Epigenetic usually is the modification of structure DNA. The not mutation, but the structure will be changed because the nutrition.
Prof. Sunarti, kindly reminder we have 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the impact of nutrition on the food industry is significant, with application ranging from the table until to the from the farm until to the table. Agriculture level must be concerned about the novel plant varieties. This transgenic or non-transgenic, genetically guided breeding program, diet gene approach to enhance animal or plant health and product quality. In the food processing, safety and quality ensure must be concerned about new improved industrial process, safety evaluation of the food ingredient, detection of food spoilage, and also pathogenic microbiome. And the last, the molecular authentication of the plant and animal. So health management, functional food and the food ingredient and nutrigenetic tests to predict the health susceptibilities and also diagnose food intolerance. And this nutrigenetic is opposite of the nutrigenomic. This is the variant of gene, how the variant of gene will be respond the nutrition like this. So in this genotype, haplotype, specific diet, and food production. Okay, so this nutrigenomic is beginning to be used for the economic benefit and also for, of course, for the human health. Okay, nutrition by synergies between nutrition by design and functional food. nutrition by design and functional food are two interrelated concepts that share a common goal of the optimized human health through the targeted nutrition. Nutrition by design emphasis in the customization of the dietary pattern and nutrition intake to meet the special individual needs. And for functional food, focus on the incorporating bioactive compound into the diet to provide the additional health benefit beyond the basic nutrition. Collaboration between food scientists, nutritionists, and also the healthcare professional is essential to effectively implement nutrition by design and develop the functional food to align with the individual nutrition recommendation. To join effort can assure that functional food are not only scientifically validated, but also practical, acceptable, and also appealing to consumer. Yeah, there are many reference, and you can see here if you want to learn more about the nutrigenomic. But if we want to improve our nutrition based on the nutrigenomic, usually is more valid than we only improve our nutrition just based on the metabolism. Why? Because this nutrigenomic based on the gene expression, and we know gene expression is very related with the protein function, and protein have many function for our metabolism, and also can prevent our disease, especially related with the immune system. Okay. I think thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sunarti, for the explanations about nutrigenomics mechanism and also functional food and their health benefits. Let's have a little bit of stretching. Maybe you guys can stand up a little bit, move your legs to make the blood circulations better. Yeah, let's go. Stand up and move a little bit, stretch your arms and everything to keep us awake before we move on into our fourth speaker. Yeah, but I also need some movement. Okay, do we have Dr. Yori in the Zoom meeting? Can you hear us, Dr. Yori?
I can hear you very clearly.
Yes. Welcome, Dr. Yori, and thank you for joining us via Zoom. The participants are ready for your presentation. You guys ready? Okay, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Yori.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I can see you. Do you hear an echo, perhaps?
I think we can hear you clearly. No echo, yeah.
You can hear me clearly. Okay,
yes.
very good.
So you have 30 minutes.
I'm curious. Thank you. And can you also see my presentation?
Not yet. But it will pull up. Yeah, now we can see it.
There it is. Okay, I can also see it on the screen, and I see you all very in a tiny thumbnail.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you very much for this invitation to lecture to you guys, and I hope you had a great day. So today I will be talking to you about oral health as a precondition for healthy nutrition, because this summer school you have been will be learning about the importance of healthy nutrition, and from the Department of Dentistry at the University of Groningen, I would like to make you think a little bit about, okay, if we have access to proper nutrition, can our mouths also ingest it, you know, because we need some tools to feed ourselves properly, and this field of dentists. So first of all, I am sending you good morning and warm greetings from Groningen, on the other side of the world. So you guys are in Yogyakarta, and I am over here in northern Western Europe. And if you wonder where Groningen is, let's zoom in a little bit. This is a very small country, the Netherlands, in Western Europe. And all up in the north, there is Groningen. And within Groningen, there is the University Medical Center, from which I teach clinical and scientific skills to our future dentists. And I hope that in this talk I can give, especially to the non-dental audience, a little bit of insight in what it is like to look into people's mouths and how important dentistry is to the foundation of proper nutrition. So in my talk, I asked the question, are you eating well? It is also my favorite topic to discuss when meeting my friends from Indonesia, always talking about food, and now in a scientific context. And I want to start with the 3 take-home messages of my talk. First of all, as you learned, or as you will know, nutrition is a foundation of our health. And of course, it is also the foundation of our oral health, because eating properly, refraining from eating too many sweets is the key to preventing oral disease. But also, actually, the main takeaway message of this presentation is that not only is nutrition affecting our oral health, but also oral health status is affecting our ability to properly nourish ourselves and is a determinant of proper nutrition uptake. And a little bit in a broader context, I want you to have a little bit of an idea of how the loss of oral health is actually a bit of a cornerstone to our more general health, and that the onset of oral diseases during the course of a lifetime can trigger the onset of frailty and the breakdown of our well-being. So these are the 3 core messages of the talk. Now, what are we talking about when we talk about oral health? And a term that comes up very often is called non-communicable oral diseases. And these are conditions of the mouth and the oral tissues that are non-communicable. That means that they develop within an individual and are not transmitted from person to person. And in the 4 broad classes, they are tooth decay, caries, cavities, periodontal disease, the inflammation of the gums and the loss of the supporting bone that will eventually cause teeth to become loose, and tooth loss and the loss of teeth and the loss of function of the mouth and the masticatory system, eventually leading to edentulosum, where people have no teeth at all anymore. And of course, the 4th and very important and severe condition of the oral cavity is the cancers of the lip and the tissues. But this is outside the field of dentistry and a bit more rare and specific. So we will focus today on the upper 3 most common oral conditions. And if we look at oral diseases according to the World Health Organization report in 2022, it's something that people do not often realize, but oral diseases are actually the most prevalent non-communicable diseases in the world. So definitely half the population of the world suffers from discomfort or diseases that are related to dental caries, tooth loss, or periodontal disease. And it's a much higher number than the second most prevalent mental disorders or 3rd cardiovascular diseases, even though a lot more attention usually goes there. So this is for your reference. The oral health is actually world's most prevalent burden. Now, in the talks by Dr. Lian also, she talked about the importance of proper nutrition, locally sourced food, and of course our food environment. And this is another overview from the World Health Organization, how our environment and especially nutrition leads to the outcomes of oral disease. And of course, it is a very complex web that starts with the infection and the inflammation in the mouth, the plaque, the dental biofilm that damages the teeth, and how it is fed by our habits of nutrition, tobacco use, and our personal hygiene. And these, again, are affected by our environment, what foods are available, how are commercials affecting our choices of food, and what services and public health services are available to us. So this is a complex web that eventually contributes to the onset of oral disease. It's a big topic, especially, something that's not always realized by people who are not in this field. So talking about oral disease and talking about nutrition, we have to realize that proper digestion starts at the entrance and it starts in the mouth. So it is something that we do every day. Some people do it every day, all day, breaking down food and snacks using your teeth. And this is, of course, a very essential part of taking up the nutrients, is to start mechanically digesting them, breaking them down into small bits so that our stomach and our intestinal tract can actually extract all these nutrients on the molecular level. If we do not manage to properly chew, then we can also not gain, the benefits from proper nutrition that happen further up down the intestinal tract. And also a little part of the chemical breakdown of our nutrients and the uptake also takes place in the oral cavity, and it starts with the breakdown of starches by amylases and some lipids that are present in the oral cavity. Now, let's take a little look at something that happens in a dental clinic. And this is a picture that you will see on the right. And for some people, they might have the idea that, oral diseases, they might be more prevalent, or are they less prevalent in Western Europe? How is it different from other places in the world? Well, this is a picture that I took recently in our clinic of a patient, and this is not something that is extraordinarily rare. And I want you to take a few seconds, maybe half a minute, to think about these questions for yourself, or maybe with your neighbor. What do we see here? What do you think that the cause is of what we see? You can see the teeth from up front. You see some discolorations. You see probably a cavity here. What do you think that all of this is that we're looking at? And second of all, what is it that the person whose teeth these are, what are they complaining about, and what kind of consequence do you expect? Now, in a few seconds, I will show you what this is about. So this is a girl. She is only 22 years old. And interestingly, she had orthodontic braces. And she wore them for 5 years because she thought they looked pretty. It's like jewelry on her teeth. But in the meantime, she did not visit her orthodontist again. Her teeth were already straight. But she had daily consumption, a high consumption of sugary beverages, which led to a very, very severe case of tooth decay around the brackets at a very young age. And she came to our dental clinic because at this point she started to feel pain while chewing. She could not eat cold food. She could not eat hot food. She could not eat sweet foods without getting a very painful reaction from the nerve. And as a consequence, when you look in the mirror, the brackets are gone. You see a lot of discolorations. Her teeth used to be white. And this caused a lot of feelings of shame and the loss of self-confidence. And with this question, she came to our clinic, please, what can we do about it? So this is a first illustration how the environment and the education of people and the choices they make in their food consumption and drink consumption can have a very big impact on their future ability to eat and drink without discomfort. And this is a second case, just for the people who have never seen something like this. We see an X-ray picture of some teeth and some molars. And what is it that you think you see here? Take a few seconds. And what do you think that this person is complaining about? And what do you think are the consequences to how this person is feeling and functioning? No. Then I will show you what this is. So this is a middle-aged man. He is 57 years and actually had very little complaints throughout his life, but his wife actually started complaining that his breath was smelling bad. And he has no pain, but he noticed that recently some of his teeth started to wobble in their sockets and they've become mobile, and that made him afraid to chew apples, fibrous foods, vegetables, maybe some steak, because if your teeth start to move when you chew, then what happens if they fall out, right? So for the dentists, they will have already spotted this, or the dental students, and for others, what we see are the x-rays that show the attachment of the root of the teeth in the bone. And due to inflammation, we see the retraction of the bone level up to the point where the tip of the tooth is the last remaining part of the tooth that is still fixed. And once that bone becomes infected and retracts, the teeth become mobile. So as we get older, these diseases are become a lot more prevalent. And the way I try to make people realize this, my patients usually, is to compare it to having a very expensive and fast driving car when you are 16. You have very good teeth, no problems. It's like a Ferrari that you use every day to drive to school or to work, and something that you enjoy without giving it much thought. But as we age, oral diseases will come up, and tooth loss can be fixed with some treatments. Here on the right, or on the lower center, you see a tooth that has been replaced with an implant screw. And of course, the dentition, that by doing that, remains functional. But we can never really restore the function back to the way it was when you had this great Ferrari. And by the end, if you don't take care of your teeth too well, and you manage to lose all of them, the best we can do is the dentures, the removable ones. And, you know, it will still take you some places, but it's not better. You know, you can compare the Ferrari to a go-kart. And this is unfortunately the best we can then do as dentists. So this is a little bit of an overview of how you can reason how oral disease eventually leads to the problems in the uptake of nutrients. So first of all, we discussed the loss of teeth, the effraction of teeth, which leads to the inability to mechanically digest food, which leads to our inability to chemically extract the nutrients from food. But also the discomfort and pain that is caused by oral disease will cause people to make different choices in their diet, to avoid certain foods, to choose soft foods, to choose less fibrous foods, which also can be a gateway into the loss of proper nutrition and malnutrition eventually. Now, I want to emphasize a little bit more, or expand a bit more on what other impacts the proper chewing ability has, not only on our ability to take up food, but also on our general health and well-being. And one of the most interesting research outputs that came from the Netherlands in the last decade is a very close link between the ability to properly chew and the chewing activity to cognitive activities. And this is actually a causal connection. Because when we look at the face and the oral facial muscles that we use to break down our food, they are close to the brain and close to the head, and their use actually is related to a causal increase in the cerebral blood flow, but also the sensory input that we receive through our teeth and the fibers that connect them to the bone contributes to give us some sense of stimulus, sensory input that helps in the neurogenesis, so the development of brain and cognition. And this relation was actually demonstrated to be causal. So the small list here of what it means for a relation to be causal is that there is no chance or luck involved in spotting this relation. It's a very consistent association, and actually the proper chewing precedes the effect of better cognitive performance. And the better people are able to chew, the better this performance seems to be. Or the less able they are to chew, the more their cognitive ability degenerates. So this is something quite interesting to be very aware of as nutritionists, but also as dentists. So going from cognition, I actually want to take a look at our general health and ask the question, what do we mean when we say that people are healthy? Now, over the course of our lifetime, as I demonstrated, it is almost inevitable that people, many people, most people in the world, they will accumulate some forms of oral disease or discomfort. But like aging in general, people, you can say, is someone who is old or has fewer teeth, or someone who uses some medication, are they necessarily less healthy than people who don't? And actually, when people age, it becomes a lot more sensible and common to instead of talking about healthy and sick, to talk about robustness and frailness or frailty. And I illustrate this with a picture of this game called Jenga, where at the start of your life, it's a robust tower where you can still take out building blocks and compromise the structure while it will keep standing tall. But frail people, a frail structure, will also still stand upright, will be strong, but they are less able to adapt to minor changes, some events that may take out one of these building blocks, and they will cause eventual collapse of the system. So another little web to illustrate for you where the places of oral disease and nutrient uptake in a more wider connection to our general health and also psychological well-being. So we talked about the oral disease and how it affects nutrient uptake. But in the case that I demonstrated with the photos, you will also have noticed that the loss of aesthetics, for example, or oral function is something that strongly affects people's self-confidence, their ability to interact with other people, which also, again, affects their general well-being and their general health. Now, the last part of my presentation, I will talk about some conventions that we have in Europe or in Groningen, or that came out of Groningen, that are strongly related to this concept of frailty and oral health. So I discussed that frailty is actually, in the aging population, a slightly more effective word to describe the health condition. And in Groningen, we do a lot of research on a questionnaire that was developed here, and it's called the Groningen Frailty Indicator. And it is a simple tool to ask people 15 questions to give you a sense of what their health status is or how frail they are, whether or not they are, strong, and whether they might be at risk of some complications during procedures, which increases strongly once people display these properties of frailty. And to assess whether someone might be considered as a frail elder person or frail person in general, you can use clinical indicators, which means that as a clinician, you observe what people are doing and you are the one scoring them. But the benefit or the ease of using this new indicator that we use in Groningen, is called the Groningen Frailty Indicator, is that you can actually ask the patient these subjective questions. How do they experience daily life? How do they feel? How do they think they function? And based on those more, actually subjective to the patient, but objective, because you don't have to judge them as a clinician, you can get a very good assessment of whether someone is robust or frail. And the domains that affect the frailty include their physical fitness. Can they dress and undress themselves? Can they do their own grocery shopping? Do they feel fit? but also cognition. Do you remember things on the short term? Do you have people around you who can support you? Or do you feel nervous or anxious? So these domains, cognition, social, and psychosocial, determine whether someone might be at risk of being frail and therefore at risk at complications during procedures or vulnerable. So in this, this is almost the end of my presentation. I want to give you a little bit of hope. And this is the other part of research that we do a lot in Groningen. And this is about restoring the function from people with edentulous mouths, so people who have lost all of their teeth as a consequence of oral disease. And can we give them back the function that they need to eat and chew properly and to be confident again, eat an apple, eat some steak if they want to. And like I discussed before, the removable dentures are the final solution, but you can imagine that putting a removable denture in this edentulous mouth that you see on the left will be severely less functional than the fixed natural teeth. And the question then becomes, can we do something to restore this function instead of making the dentures flop around and plop out of your mouth because they are not fixed? Can we give people back some comfort or some confidence in chewing and eating that resembles having their own teeth? Now, this is the picture that you see on the right, and what we are talking about are the use of dental implants to support the prosthetic. So in the UMCG, in the Groningen Hospital, we ran a couple of trials at the oral surgery department, asking the question if we want to support the overdenture with implant technology, how many dental implants do we actually need? And we can see here, these are, this is an older trial that has been run by now Professor Kühne of our university, where he studied the survival and the satisfaction rate in patients with edentulous mouths and who were implanted with 2 implants in the lower jaw, in the mandible, either support with a bar clip retainment system or ball socket retainers. The conclusion of this, actually a series of research, is now that in the standard operating procedure, we consider that the support of overdentures with 2 mandibular implants is actually a gold standard of restoring function in the edentulous mouth. So without implants, we see a lot of problems. People have difficulty speaking, eating, and chewing, but just 2 implants in the lower jaw suffice to fix the overdenture sufficiently to restore their confidence and their function. And actually, in rarer cases, it is necessary to also support the upper denture with implants. So the upper denture is usually fixed better because of a vacuum between the prosthetic and the palate, which prevents it from flopping around and falling down. But in some people with very little alveolar bone, so little bone in the upper jaw, it is still necessary to support it with implants because there is not enough grip or structure to provide support for an overdenture without implants. And this is a piece of research that was recently concluded in 2023, which is the 5-year follow-up of dental implant-supported overdentures in the upper arch, where the conclusion was that in order to support properly the upper denture, it is 4 implants that we need, not 2. They are too little. 6 is well more than enough, but 4 is the standard that we now adhere to. So if you have any questions, I would like to invite you to send me an email or to ask them now during the panel. And for that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yori, for interesting insight around oral health and nutrition, and also for our well-being. We will please stay tuned for the discussion sessions later on, Dr. Yori. We will continue to our Q&A sessions and discussions. So please raise your hand if you have any questions. Maybe we can start from 3 questions first. We will pass the mic to you, and please state your name and then your study program, and also for whom is your question will be addressed to. So also for those who in Zoom meeting, you can also write the questions on the chat column, and we will later read it to our speaker. Any questions? Okay. Okay, we have 2. Anybody else? Okay, we have 3. Okay, we have 3 participants that will please stand up and say your name and then your study program and for whose your question will be addressed to.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all the speakers. Thank you so much for the very insightful sharing. My name is Rehana Zelda. I am a final year student, Bachelor's of Science in Dietetics from University Putra Malaysia. I have a question for Dr. Dian. I was very interested in your explanation on the fermentation part, and I was wondering and reflecting back on my recent practice with my patients. And often I personally have trouble recommending fermented foods because some patients have intolerance of these fermented foods. And to my understanding, some alternatives include a tablet form of prebiotics and probiotics, but understanding some individuals may not be able to afford it. Could you kindly explain maybe other alternatives to provide these probiotics and prebiotics? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you pass the mic to the... Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, greetings to all speakers. My name is Aulia, and I'm from Bachelor of Dietetics in University Putra Malaysia too. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Rio regarding the metabolism. So there are some people who eat more than the calorie requirements or excessive energy intake, but they cannot weight gain. So I read in the articles a little bit, it's because of the high metabolism. So can you please explain more about the metabolism in this issue, and what is your advice as a nutrition or especially as a dietitian? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the third questions from the participants on the back. Can someone assist with the mic?
Thank you for the moment. My question is for Dr. Dian. My name is Tika. I'm from the undergraduate International Undergraduate Program of Medicine 2021 UGM. My question is, what are the environmental impacts of increasing the productions of indigenous food ingredients, and can indigenous food system be scaled without damaging the local ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Maybe we can start with the answer from Dr. Dian for the first question. The recommendations if people cannot tolerate fermented food and if they cannot also afford the supplementation form of that.
Very great question, and it's very practical as well. So I think first of all, if you're dealing with one patient, you can start with giving them a little bit of an education about how probiotics and prebiotic works. So the way it works is the two of them are synergistically working into improving our gut microbiota. So if the question is issues of the fermented foods, then we could start with giving them the prebiotics, which is lots of fruits and vegetables, and see how that goes, which means that the microbiota that is already in the gut can then be provided with more foods for them to actually be able to multiply a lot more, and see how they respond to that. So it's almost increasing or balancing the gut microbiota in a more organic way, and see how they respond to that. So I will start with that, because I think with dietetics and nutrition, we always start with a baseline that they're familiar with, and we do incremental but sustainable change, right? So I would start with that first in asking them to, suggesting them with diets that is more plant-based, that is, because that gives a bit more prebiotics. So explain to them that, let's start with this and see how your gut actually responsive to that. If they are on medications that might be killing the bacteria, the good bacteria in the gut, so this could be antibiotics or any other kind of medications, then perhaps that's where the probiotic comes in. However, if you already lay the foundations of the balanced diet food, at least you'll see how the progression is going. The issue with probiotic supplements is we don't know what is too much. And like Prof. Sunarti also talks about antioxidants, it's really tricky when it comes to things like antioxidants and things like probiotics. We don't know what is enough is enough. So foods is actually the best way to go about it. So lay the foundation first. So the next step that you could take over is discuss with them what kind of side effects are they having when it comes to the aversions of foods that are fermented, right? Do they feel a bit gassy? Do they feel about, and talk about, outweighing the benefits and the tolerance of it, right? So that would be the next step. So I would start with the foundations first of naturally increasing the microbiota and balancing that by eating more plant-based foods, relying on their already existing, so supporting more really. And usually you also need to support them with, and the reason why it's fruits and vegetables, because there's a lot of vitamins and minerals that actually supports the microbiota itself. And then the next step is what I would do is then, if discuss with them why the side effects that they're feeling, what is it, identify them, and work with them as to perhaps introducing small amount first. But if you already lay the foundation, at least you're not starting from square one. So at least you have already laying the foundation, and then perhaps increasing a little bit more, because our worry is that if they are consuming medications that are killing, we need to keep up with how much is, and balancing a little bit more. So foods is actually the best approach, and I guess work with them. And Malaysia has different ethnic groups, so work with also foods that are familiar with them. It's always the best way to go. And I find in any culture, fermentation is in there. So maybe just introducing small but incremental would be a good start. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. Thanks for your question. Should I continue with
Yes,
the
you
third
can
right
also
away?
continue for Tika's questions about the environmental
That's
impact.
a really important question about understanding how we can fulfill the food. So when I talk about seasonality, when we work with seasonality, we work what the environment is, right? And so when we increase the productions of food according to the season, I think what I'm getting at is, my background is not in agriculture. Obviously, I like to hear some of you who are in agriculture. But the way we envision it is that in the concept of planetary health diet is that we are more sustainable in how we're producing the foods. So we're not forcing the crops to bear fruits at time that they're not typically bearing fruits, right? So it's almost saying like growing shades veggies that are only usually well produced in the winter season to be grown in the summer, for instance. So it's working with those really. And when it comes to, if your question is, will there be a time when the food no longer sustains? Is that where you're getting at with the question? That's a question that we all should be concerned about, right? Like, will the Mother Nature be able to fulfill all our needs of foods? And that's why we need to be a little bit mindful from now. I think the part that I didn't talk a lot about is in one of the slides was about food waste. We are very wasteful in how we eat. you know, I'm not sure if you check yourself when you had lunch today, like how much you left on your plate and you didn't eat because whether you don't like it, it's too spicy, or because we eat more than what we can. So I think the question is bigger than you know, the issue of whether or not the food is sufficient. But I think it's the individual practice and everyone's involved in the food system. It's our responsibilities, whether we're food regulators, whether we're, you know, whether we're nutritionists or dietitians, whether we are just average Joe, that how we consume the food. I think that's how we drive the food production as well. We actually dictates how our producers makes the food. And if we only eat one type of carrots, one type of potatoes, and that's sort of the beginning of how biodiversity is reducing and how our food system is collapsing. So I think, yes, we can. I'm hopeful that we can sustain our existence as human species if we'll be a little bit more mindful about what we eat, how we eat, a little bit more sensitive and know about where our food comes from, and also be mindful of our food waste as well. So I think so. I think if we put indigenous food as the forefront for all of us, you know, together, then I think that's a possibility, and hopefully I think we can. So that's my take on it. Thanks for your question. Very critical question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dian. So we can move to Dr. Rio and questions from Alia about, can you explain like the metabolism behind people that is like excessively consume energy but also have trouble on losing their weight, and also advice if like for them as a dietitian meet clients like this.
Thank you for the questions, and it's really interesting questions, because some people tends to sometimes overclaim. Like for instance, do you believe that if I told you that I eat only perhaps around 1,000 calories a day? Yeah, so there is also an issue with that one actually, whether or not that the patients or the subject is actually they overclaim their statement. So this should be diagnosed with the food recall, for instance, and then we also need to check their biochemistry parameters, because one hormone that is important for the catabolism is the T3 and T4, the thyroid hormone. The thyroid hormone. Whether this patient is actually hyperthyroidism or hypothyroidism, they need to be checked first before they overclaim that I eat a lot but I don't get any weight. That's the second. And the third one, it also can be a sign for a disease or silent disease that this individual is actually not aware of that present or his or her present conditions. For instance, some cancer disease, they take a lot of our energy metabolisms from the food itself, but these patients, they think that I eat a lot, I eat a lot of calories, or even diabetes, like for instance, because if we want to clarify this statement, we need to recheck for another conditions that can be related to these conditions, like whether it's this overstatement, whether he or she has a silent disease or undiagnosed disease, or perhaps he has a hyperthyroidism, because all of this will have a different nutritional approach. For instance, if they seems to overclaim, then well, we can explain that your your statement is not based on the true fact. Like you are not eating that much actually. Yeah. So yeah, we need to clarify first what happened with these patients, because we as health practitioner should be maybe should be a little I don't know, that's the skeptical, yeah, skeptical with the patient's statement, yeah, because we need to look further and interestingly, the biochemical parameter usually they can't lie. Yeah, they cannot lie. Yeah, because what they eat, what they the metabolism product in the body reflect on the diet, but also from the conditions, the metabolic changes in pathological conditions, etc. So we need to be skeptical first, and then we need to recheck with the patients before we conduct a treatment for the patients. Yeah, we can just go, oh, you can just eat 2,000 calories or add 500 calories a day based on his or her claim. Yeah, you can't do that. You need to look further into these patients, what happened with these patients. So yeah, because as in my last presentations, there's interconnectivity between the micronutrients, yeah, among them. So for instance, if the body is lack in energy from carbohydrate, usually the body will break down the muscles and the proteins in the muscles to compensate for the lack of energy from the carbohydrate. So we need to really carefully assess that, whether this patient actually has lower carbohydrate intakes or other conditions that need to be checked prior to our suggestions. Yeah. Maybe that can answer your question.
Thank you, Dr. Rio. We still have some minutes. Maybe we can check if we have any questions from Zoom first. There's no question, okay. Anybody else wants to have questions? We can have like 2 more. So, okay, you can, any microphone around? Yeah, please pass to, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shazia and I am from Pakistan, and I am master's student at Yogyakarta State University. My question is to Dr. Rio. How do the process of nutrient digestion and metabolism influence the public health outcomes, and what strategies can be implemented to improve the nutritional status in the population with the limited access to the diverse food sources?
Thank you for the questions. Any other questions remaining from the participants? Okay, I think oh yeah, one more? Oh, 2 more, okay, good. So that's maximum, okay? 3 questions is enough. We only have like 10 minutes left.
Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Isna. I'm from Agricultural Engineering, and I would like to ask a question for Sir Yuri in the Zoom meetings about the oral health, as we learned that it is very important to know about that as part of our health system. And we have also learned about food security and healthy food. I would also like to ask about the food that we eat. Does that affect our oral health, and does maybe you have some recommendations to keep our oral health healthy by maybe eating some kind of different foods, or maybe different foods can have different effects to the oral health itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you pass the mic to the person behind you?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all speaker and everyone here. And let me introduce myself. My name is Sekar from student from Faculty of Biology, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And I have a question for Prof. Sunarti. My question is, okay, how do specific dietary patterns and nutrients influence gene expression through epigenetic mechanism? And in this context, how can nutrigenomic research provide novel insight to managing chronic disease such as diabetes or cancer based on individual gene expression profile? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you for your questions. We can immediately answer the questions. First, oh, you want to go last? Okay, maybe for Dr. Yori, are you still in the Zoom meeting, Dr. Yori? Hello, Dr. Yori, can you hear us? Oh, he left the Zoom meeting? Okay, so sorry for Risna. Maybe later the committee can help the questions to be passed on to Dr. Yori. So maybe the next question for Prof. Sunarti from Sekar. She asked about, did you just tell her? Okay, Prof. Sunarti, please give your answer.
Okay, okay, related with the epigenetics, so some nutrition, we know there are many pathways that influenced by the nutrition, and one pathway related with the signaling transduction, and this signaling transduction usually will be influence the epigenetic. Epigenetic is changing of the structure of DNA. The changing may be like the methylation, and then maybe also histone deacetylation, and because this structure of DNA is changed, so will be influence the gene expression. We know is the DNA will be transcript, but because there are something in the structure, so the structure will be influence the process of the transcription. And usually for the methylation usually will be inhibit gene expression, but for the acetylation usually will be increase the gene expression like this. So from this, sometimes also the epigenetic will be cause some uncoding RNA. Yeah, we know there are like microRNA, RNA, long chain coding RNA, and etc. So because this something in the structure, so maybe there are changes of the gene expression will be occur. Yeah, and we know there in this gene expression. Minimal is there are 6 steps will be regulated by the nutrition. Maybe from the transcription, how much and how many in the gene will be transcribed, and also after that from the pre-RNA, how must be maturation or all or maybe only a part of the mRNA, pre-mRNA, and then after mature of RNA must be transport from the nucleus to the cytosol. This also will be regulated by the nutrition, and after that in the cytosol, in the ribosome, also how many maybe all some of this RNA must be translated into the protein, and then the protein must be activated or maybe must be degraded. So sometimes it depend also in the RNA in transcription process like this. Yeah. Okay. Is enough? Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Sunarti. And the last one for Dr. Rio. Do you need to to repeat the questions? If I'm not mistaken, so S.Gz asked about the process of nutrition status in people, and also how to promote this nutritional status, like a general recommendation, if I'm not mistaken. Do you want to clarify your questions? You can. Any microphone around? Yes. Sorry, we didn't catch that.
So my question is, how do the process of nutrient digestion and metabolism influence the public health outcomes? And what strategies can be implemented to improve nutritional status in a population with the limited access to diverse food sources?
Thank you very much for the questions. Actually, the digestions and metabolisms is also part of our nutrition status, but this is not a major factor that influence our nutrient status, because as we know that the gut microbiota right now is considered also the factors that also impact our nutritional status, because the gut microbiota recently has been linked with the undigested energy productions in the gastrointestinal. As well, when we think about digestions, food digestions, if there is some anti-nutritional compound present in the food, such as we have the tannin or the protease inhibitors, that also present in some. Usually they are present in at nuts. The protease inhibitor also present in nuts. It also will impact our nutritional status, because the absorptions of the nutrient is limited due to the activity of the inhibitory compound of this anti-nutritional compound. So to answer your questions, actually we need, when we want to look into the recommendations, the requirement recommendations for that will have a significant impact on our nutritional status, we can have we call it a recommendation, RGI, dietary intake. So if the person who actually has around 80% of the RGI, actually it will be prevented in for the malnutritions actually. 80% from the RGI. So and also we also need to look into the anti-nutritional factors in the food. And luckily, like Dr. Dian has presented before, fermentations can reduce that anti-nutritional compound. So we can develop several foods that came or derived from the fermented food, and it has a significant impact on not only just preserving our nutritional status, but also it can be used for enhance our nutritional status, because due to the high bioavailability, low in anti-nutritional compound present in that food. So actually we can use fermentations to improve our nutrition status at the populations. So hopefully that will answer my questions.
I hope that's clear enough, and we will wrap up these sessions because the time is up. We would like to thank once again for Dr. Rio, Dr. Dian, Prof. Sunarti, and also Dr. Yori that has shared their experience and also their unique perspective for us for our discussions today. So before we commence, I would like to remind all of us that we can start making impact and promote health for everyone by working together and fostering collaboration, especially starting from event like this summer course, because you guys can meet new friends from different fields. Finally, thank you all for the participants. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Have a great day and good afternoon.
Okay, once again, give big applause for our speakers and moderator for the first panel of Summer Course 2024. Thank you so much for Budati, Pak Rio, Budian, Prof. Sunarti, and also Mr. Yoryong from University of Groningen. So, guys, that was the first day of Summer Course 2024. So, actually, the committee has already uploaded all the presentation materials for the keynote speech and then preliminary session and the first panel. You can access all the document in the ELOC. And for tomorrow, we will move to another room for the lecture sessions. Tomorrow, we will have a lecture at Tahiri Building, 8th floor, North Wing. So for our friends who are outside of UGM, you can ask our friend from UGM where is the location. Once again, for the tomorrow session, the lecture will be held on Tahir Building, the west side of this auditorium. Where is it? Over there. Over there. And then on the 8th floor and the north wing. And tomorrow we will start at 8 a.m. Once again, tomorrow we will start at 8 a.m. for those participants who join online. Tomorrow we will start at 8 a.m. Indonesian time. So thank you so much for joining with us, and see you tomorrow, everyone. Bye bye. And once again, don't forget to join Zoom for the briefing session for your group project. So if you want to take a Asar prayer, just do it. Maybe we can start at 4.